When piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And we're off. Here we go. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network on a Thursday. Good morning. Back in studio. Ready to rock. Coming up on this early morning edition, we'll look at our bets from last night and why Cards quarterback Kyler Murray was apologizing on Wednesday while the Commanders were celebrating. We got our power rankings, baseball bets, and Brendan Tobin from Brendan and Leroy in Miami to help us preview Thursday Night Football. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea, good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning. For about 5 seconds, I thought it was Friday, and I got really
Close.
happy. But unfortunately, to report, it is still Thursday. But at least we do have a football game on tonight, which makes it noticeably better than Wednesday.
Yes, always better when there's football on. Yesterday, we had a good time yesterday. But Wednesday, wouldn't you agree that Wednesday is kind of the slow point of every week during the NFL season? Like, at least on Tuesdays, we have the remnants of Monday Night Football, what we saw. And then on Thursdays, we always have T&F. But Wednesday is just kind of like, all right, for a moment in time, it's just football news and mostly baseball and other sports.
Yeah, Wednesday's the worst day of the week. Like, we've gone over this. Like, you have daytime baseball, and then there's, like, a few games on. Like, I was watching Guardians-Tigers last night, but it just doesn't hit the same as, like, primetime football. So, eventually, Roger Goodell will make it Wednesday night football. Be like, listen, Chiefs, we got to put you on Wednesdays because we've got to take over this nonsense. Baseball's getting the spotlight. Hell no. WNBA playoffs? Come on, guys, get out there. Week 18, let's go.
Oh, he's going to do it. Only a matter of time. You can only push the human body so much, but if anybody can do it, it's Roger Goodell. He'll absolutely do it. You know, he always is about the shield, you know. Also, Dylan says, why not Friday Junior? Why can't you get on board with the Friday Junior mention that he had just before he went on the air?
I mean, this is me trying to be positive. Like, you know me. If you want to see negative, like, just you wait and see, because that was not even close to being negative. Ask me about, like, NC State football, and then I will go into a tailspin.
No.
But at least we have Thursday night football tonight. But on the negative side, like, what's that Saturday Night Live sketch where it's Debbie Downer?
Yeah.
Where it's like, hey, Debbie, we've got Thursday night football, but the line is 12 and a half.
But there's the line is big and there's an epidemic of feline AIDS. You're like, oh, God, okay, it's football. Back up, Debbie. Just chill for a second. Well, your bet yesterday. I was watching this game when I was down here at Nats Park just before the game against the Braves. I was visiting with some friends of mine who are in town, and some other people came in. So it was a nice little afternoon visiting with them, watching some afternoon baseball, O's and White Sox, and you got the dub. It was close, but still a winner.
Yeah, so the first 5 under number was 4.5. This final score of the game was 3-1, but all of the runs, of course, were scored in the first 5 innings, but we still got our win. I'm thinking that Tyler Wells needs to be inducted into the Circle of Trust. Like, he's a late season addition, but boy, has he been good. Another great inning from the Orioles starter yesterday, 6 innings, only 1 run, and only 4 hits. So what a start from Tyler Wells.
Nice job. I had an interesting day. 2-2-1 on a big card. So I'll spare you all of the bets, but I do think it's interesting. I've been trying out these -1 bets, and I have pushed the last 2 days, so they have saved me as far as keeping me from an L. So I might keep doing it for a while, but I had the Red Sox -1 against the A's, and the Red Sox went 5-4 in 10. So that was close. Otherwise, a pretty mediocre evening. As for the Dogster, He took the L. He had the Guardians, or the Tigers, I should say, on the money line against the Guardians, and the Guardians win it 4-0. So, for the week, Chelsea, you are 3-2. I am 5-4-2, and the Dogster is 2-1. It is a daily tip here on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Thursday morning, or Friday Junior, as Dylan likes to call it. Yesterday, on a Wednesday, Chelsea's least favorite day of the week, Kyler Murray decided, you know what I'll do? I'll go on Twitter, and I'll post a picture of me and my pit bull. Not a big deal. But what I'll do is I'll put on my retro Virginia Tech Michael Vick jersey. So clearly, this was viewed as offensive by many, and we're putting this up right now if you're streaming us, because, of course, Vick suspended for dogfighting in 2007 before spending 21 months in a federal prison. So this blew up really quickly, and Murray went to the podium and decided to immediately apologize.
Yeah, in no way, shape, or form do I, condone, animal cruelty or dog fighting, whatever it is. For me personally, y'all saw me wear the Michael Vick jersey, the player that I admire very much growing up. And then, being home with my pup, who, my dog Trunks and Swoosh, they both get treated like kings. So it's not like, I'm in no way, shape, or form am I condoning that. But yes, I saw how it affected people and, decided to take it down.
I mean, come on, dude. You knew this was going to cause some sort of uproar or backlash. If you grew up idolizing Michael Vick and he was your guy, you know about his career, you know about the dogfighting conviction, and you have to know that if you put on a jersey with your pit bulls, a Virginia Tech Michael Vick jersey, and post that online, you know what you're doing. You can't be this dumb, right? You have to know what you're doing, and why would you do it in the first place? So, of course, he posted, and then immediately he's like, oh, yeah, sorry, I don't condone any of this. I just love my dogs. Like, yeah, you knew what you were doing. He had to.
Right. Like, for a second, I was like, okay, how old is he? Maybe he doesn't remember. But if you know enough about Michael Vick, you know the entire narrative. That's like wearing an O.J. Simpson jersey. I'm like, oh, was there something else that he possibly did? I don't know, allegedly. But, like, imagine you're the person taking the picture, because this was not a selfie. Yeah. So you're sitting there and you're like, Kyler, are we sure we want to go through with this? Because it wasn't even just a dog. It was pit bulls. Like, the specific breed that Michael Vick, abused. So I don't know. Like, it obviously rubs people the wrong way. And, like, I was about to say that his week 1 outfit was, like, offensive enough. I don't know if you saw his week 1 outfit. It was terrible, but at least it didn't hurt people's feelings. Because he had on these, like, crop pants that made him look like 5'1". So, Kyler Murray, what are you doing? Like, this is not how you want to be in the headlines. I understand nobody cares about the Arizona Cardinals, but still, this is not how you do it. Not all publicity is good publicity.
I don't get it at all. So maybe he was just bored. It's amazing to me that you would have the thought, let me do this, and then immediately I'm going to get a call. And it's not like he's standing up for something. It's like, you can like Michael Vick, okay. There's a lot of NFL players who grew up obsessing about Michael Vick because he was such a wonderkind, the way he played the game. Nobody had ever seen anyone move that way, especially with his legs, had a rocket arm. We know all this, but you have to know the history. He knows the history. Why would you do this knowing as soon as you post this, your phone's blowing up? And then you immediately have to go to the facility if you're not already there. Like, oh, my God. I don't understand. We were talking last week about how, we really don't pay attention to the Cardinals. Why is it that nobody pays attention to the Cardinals? Well, Kyler, we're paying attention to the Cardinals. Not maybe the attention you wanted, but you're getting the attention.
It just feels like there was a way around this. Like, there are captions. Like, if you wanted to say something thoughtful and say, hey, listen, I grew up watching Michael Vick and really idolizing his game. But at the same time, I have a very soft spot for pit bulls. I own 2 of them. They live like kings. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a donation to, the Humane Society or whatever, because that feels like the logical next step, right? It's like, you got to make a donation. He makes enough money, so why not do that?
Right. I mean, why not go all in? Put on a Brett Favre jersey and grab a wad of cash and stand next to someone who's homeless and be like, hey, just hanging out, love Brett Favre. Be like, he's a crook. What are you doing? This is insensitive. Grab a knife, put on your O.J. Simpson jersey and be like, hey, hanging out in the kitchen. It's just so dumb. He can't be this dumb. He has to know. He has to know. And also, this picture is actually a well-done picture. I mean, the content is offensive for people who know the story. But I will say,
Picture's really good.
But the picture itself, it's not like this was done on a whim. Like, look at this. This is a well-done picture.
Somebody took it.
Yeah, somebody took this and put it together. So it would be different if this was some candid shot. It's not. This was definitely crafted to be put online and to cause this controversy. So I don't know what sort of statement he was trying to make. Like, if anything, like, okay, you went online and you liked Michael Vick and then you apologized. What was the point?
Maybe the social media manager or like his assistant or whoever was taking the picture was too young to know. Like, that's all I can think of, because like imagine right? Somebody's taking your picture and like a lot of people who are very good at social media are younger, but like still, how do you not know that about Michael Vick? Yeah. Like, I feel like that was a massive story. And if you're like, hey, wonder who Michael Vick is, when you Google him, if you just read his Wikipedia page, like that has to be one of the larger paragraphs on his wiki page.
Well, and also, you can put this in the proper context. And Double D pointed this out in the chat, and it's very true, is that since his conviction, Michael Vick has done a lot of work for advocates who want to prevent animal cruelty, who want to shut down dogfighting, which he should, and he's done a lot of that quietly, which is why we've seen him back in the media. And look, he didn't get away with anything, right? Like, he did hard time. I believe he was at Leavenworth in Kansas. That's hard time, 21 months. So I'm not excusing what he did, but he has paid the punishment again and again and again. And you can kind of put that in the proper context, but like you were saying, if there's a caption or something there, then you can say that or relate that, which might have been a softer message or one that, hey, I want to focus on the fact that this guy did something terrible, which we should all pay attention to and never allow to happen. At the same time, I'm proud of the fact that he has been a part of the solution. You could do that, but just posting this picture is really tone deaf.
Yeah, it's really not hard to put a caption. It's really not
It's
hard.
really not. It's really not.
But I also feel like animal cruelty is one of those things that, like, this country does not agree on much these days, but, like, animal cruelty, like, that's something people have trouble, like, forgetting about forgiving. Because, like, think about how innocent animals are. They didn't do anything to you. They didn't deserve this life. Mm-hmm. And especially when you're talking about dogs. People love dogs. So, like, this is one of those things that across the board, like, if you want followers and likes, maybe this is not, like, the hot button issue to stand on.
Don't stand on business for dogfighting. Like, what are you doing? I'm standing on business. Like, no, don't. This is the wrong one. Maybe you just needed the attention. I do have someone that I know who kind of does this on a regular basis. Not this obvious.
Dogfighting?
No. But it's I have a friend who dogfights on a regular basis. No. I'm talking about posting to social media and looking for attention. Like the playbook goes, no, not dogfighting, no. The playbook goes, hey, there's a really hot button topic out there. It's something that people are upset about. So what I'll do is I'll post something kind of generic with enough plausible deniability that seems like I'm taking a stand against something, for or against something. And then when people call this person out, the person's like, whoa, that's not what I'm talking about. This has nothing to do with this issue. This is something I'm going through. This is me. And I'm like, okay, well, I only see this playbook again and again and again. Like, it's just like clockwork. And it's like, you got to have that attention. You got to have that spotlight for a moment. You got to bring it onto yourself because you know people are going to react. Like, I need that reaction. And I feel like for some reason, for better or for worse, that's what Kyler Murray needed. I don't know why. But for a guy who's sort of made a career out of being quiet and not really being a vocal leader, like for him to step up and this is the one time you're going to come to the forefront, it's just so bizarre.
See, I don't think he did it for attention. I think he was just stupid and didn't think about it. Because, like, think about him over his career. He's not been, like, an attention-seeking diva. In fact, the narrative kind of goes against him in the fact that, like, he's a little too apathetic and he cares too much about video games, right? Because, like, the only other times he's been in the headlines for, like, something other than football, it's been, Kyler Murray has been playing video games so much that they had to assign him homework to look at the playbook. So I think it's not an attention-seeking thing. I just think it was a stupid move that was not thought through.
Definitely a stupid move. Also, Cardinals in San Francisco this weekend. San Francisco is a 2.5-point favorite. Cardinals are 2-0. Their win total set at 9.5. If you like them to win the NFC, they are 22-1. If you want to trust in Kyler on the football field and maybe not what he posts on social media. Coming up next here on the show. All right, we're off and running on this Friday. Junior, the Commanders officially returning to D.C. What does that mean for the future of sports in the nation's capital? And she's pregnant. We'll tell you who and which NFL player she's dating. Oh, yeah, we're getting into everything. It's coming up on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Thursday.
In 20 minutes, the crew give out their power rankings after the weekend in the NFL. Here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, the Commanders get the news they've been waiting for. I was looking at Kyler Murray's outfit that you mentioned from week 1. Not to retread on it, but it is not a good look. At some point, if you're going to dress in a particular way, don't you need to have someone that says, you know what, I don't know about this look. Maybe, and this thing is, my favorite comment was, he's a walking Labubu. That was pretty funny. Like, there's a lot of good comments. But he's just a short little guy wearing these little, I mean, everything's little, but these shorts, wispy shorts that are just below the knee, and they make him look smaller than he actually is. You need to have someone in your corner just to check you from time to time and say, this isn't a go here. We should do something else.
Well, yeah, you would think that. And then he pulled out his week 2 outfit, and it was a Michael Vick jersey, and he's sitting there with his pit bull. So, like, clearly there's nobody in his corner, James.
Yeah.
But I remember when this used to be a thing. Like, remember when tall tees used to be a trend? Like, I don't know, like, what geographical area you were, like, during this time of tall tees. But, like, I was almost a minority at my high school. So, like, this was a big thing. And so they would wear those jeans that were, like, super, super baggy. And they would have this cut like Kyler Murray is wearing where it looks like they have no legs. Like, I don't know why the style was to make it look like you have really, really short legs. But, like, this is what guys did, like, at my high school, and it was a terrible look. I don't know why you were trying to hide your body that much, but it was like, you looked like a cartoon character because the tees were so long, and it like, we had to have these banned from our school because so many people were wearing them, and you couldn't tell what guys had in their pockets. Needless to say, we had a metal detector at my school. But, yeah, not one of those trends that I think need reliving.
Oh, man, I've got a picture in my senior yearbook, and it's a full-length picture. I think I won, like, best all-around or something, so me and the girl who also won the award had to pose next to each other outdoors, like next to a tree or something, and it's a full-length outfit. Oh, let me tell you, it's a long-sleeve, button-down shirt, flowers. I've got it buttoned all the way to the top, and then I've got pleated jeans on with, like, a high waist.
Ooh.
Like, it's, and I believe... Yeah, I believe the jeans are cuffed as well. I mean, it's a tough early 90s look. And I mean, of course, I look like a baby, and you get the full length shot. And I look back at that, and I go, whew, that was definitely an era right there.
The crazy part is a lot of these styles are coming back into fashion. Like, if you go to Target, you get PTSD. You're like, what are we doing? Why are we selling these type of clothes again? These were not good styles then, and they're not good styles now.
Oh, man. Yeah. Some styles I like coming back because I feel like some styles are kind of timeless and kitschy and cool. But then some you're like, this should have died in this particular era, you know. But if anyone's going to bring him back, it's Kyler Murray. Let's stay in the NFL. And before we get to the Commanders, good news yesterday, which we will talk about. And you know what? Good news all around. Because we know that Cardi B and Stephon Diggs were a big thing. You know, what was it, a few months ago, Memorial Day, they're out on a boat. Stephon's handing out that pink powder. And that was a distraction. And then they got really quiet. We didn't know what was going on with the two. But yesterday on CBS, Cardi B revealed some huge news.
Well, yes, I am. I'm having a baby with my boyfriend, Stephon Diggs.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. How are you feeling about that? And that this will be baby number 4 for you, Cardi.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm actually I'm excited. I'm happy. I feel like I'm in a good space. I feel very strong. I feel very powerful that I'm doing all this work, but I'm doing all this work while I'm creating a baby. Me and my man were very supportive of each other.
Well, this is great. If you were worried about the status of their relationship, they're back on, and they're having a baby. Good news for the Bills, who play tonight.
I didn't know that she already had 3 kids. Like, I knew she had some babies, but I didn't know she had that many. But I know people are speculating because I think her tour starts in February. But here's my takeaway from this is that if you are looking for a celebrity couple to, root for in the Super Bowl, do you dump Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce and say, oh, the Chiefs are done. They're not going to be in the Super Bowl. Maybe Taylor plays, but like her boyfriend's not going to be there. Or her fiance is not going to be there. So do you go to Stephon Diggs and Cardi B?
Maybe there's a new rule where whoever's playing the Super Bowl, they would have to, of course, make this decision late. You have to have a fiance, wife, partner of someone playing in the Super Bowl so there's a connection. And you know what? You might end up with someone who can't learn to perform. Might be a bad show, but it'd be interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if the Patriots make it there. But Drake May has looked improved.
Yeah.
But I was just thinking, I had this thought yesterday, and you correct me if I'm wrong. I still feel like the number one power couple when it comes to entertainment is still Jay-Z and Beyonce. Like, as far as, like, net worth and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, is Travis Kelce on that level yet? Because it's wild to think, like, because Travis Kelce is in our bubble of sports, and obviously he is a main character. But when it comes to, like, actual money making, like, Jay-Z still is, like, worlds above, right?
Oh, he's a billionaire, I believe.
Right.
Yeah, Jay-Z's a billionaire. I mean, Taylor is too, but Jay-Z's, billionaire with a B. Travis Kelce's not a billionaire. I mean, Jay-Z is definitely more worldwide. Yeah.
It's weird because now I just have it ingrained in my mind that, like, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are the number one power couple. But maybe it's, like, due to fame. Because, like, fame goes into it, too.
Oh,
like,
sure.
I'm sure there's, like, some power couple out there that, like, I've never heard of that, like, have won Nobel Prizes. But I'm like, yeah, but are they on the cover of People magazine?
Right.
So I guess it depends on your definition.
Right. I mean, certainly Travis and Taylor are, like, the it couple of the moment. But overall, if we're talking about real power, probably Beyonce and Jay-Z if we're talking about power. Because Travis has power within the sports space, but outside of that, maybe he loses a little bit of power. Jay-Z is kind of in everything, music, sports, whatever, with his empire.
It's an agent, right?
Yeah.
Or an agency
exactly.
for sports.
Between he and Queen Bee, I mean, that's hard to top. Also hard to top, the news here in D.C. It's official. The Commanders are returning to the RFK Stadium site. So the D.C. City Council voting yesterday 11-2 to make it official. There were some unworkable clauses, as they called them, in the last minute ahead of the vote. So one of the things that was included as part of the final vote, which eventually got eradicated, was, okay, if the Commanders don't meet the timeline for creating housing at this site, then it's a $10 million penalty. And so the Commanders said, some of these last-minute additions, these clauses they're just untenable. So those were removed. The vote went through, and now the Commanders can officially move forward with a domed stadium, which they are hoping to complete in 2030. Commanders owner Josh Harris saying this: we can now move forward on the transformative RFK project that will bring lasting economic growth for our city. We are deeply grateful for the warm return to the district and the center of the DMV. We look forward to bringing the team back to its spiritual home in 2030. We knew this was going to happen, but to have it official is really exciting because you never know in politics. Things can kind of fall apart at the last second. They did not here, and now the burgundy and gold coming back to D.C. as it should be, and this is, man, the perfect site. RFK was the perfect site, and it will be again. It's exciting.
Yeah, and obviously you have a background in this because you live in D.C., you cover the Commanders. So it feels stupid for me to be like, this is a big deal to the city. I don't live in D.C. So, James, you tell us, why is this a big deal?
It's a huge deal because when they say the spiritual home of this team, that's really the perfect way to put it. And yes, they've been in Landover. They've been in Maryland. If you've been to Landover, it's nothing personal. There's just nothing there. There's just nothing there. And it's not D.C. It's not D.C. Virginia is not D.C. Maryland is not D.C. And yes, they're the DMV together. But having this stadium in the District of Columbia makes it feel right. Like, this is where the Commanders, and before being the Redskins, became a juggernaut, where they created the vast majority of their history, where they won Super Bowls, where people have amazing memories, where you look back on the old NFL films reels and fans are bouncing in the stands. That was one of the famous attributes of the original RFK. a loud, incredible atmosphere where this team was the real heartbeat of the city. So I feel like the city losing that and the team losing that sort of just took away something that was so very important and inherent when you looked at the history of this franchise. So for it to come back here is exactly where they should be. It's a big deal.
Yeah, and even from an outsider perspective, I feel like the stadium experiences that I like the most are the ones that are like right downtown, or they have like elements of the city in them. When you look at the Steelers stadium and you like see all the landmarks, of Pittsburgh, and even like the Philly stadium where it's the Eagles and the Phillies, and I think like maybe the basketball arena is close too. Like it just has this like cool aura. Like, isn't that the catchphrase that like kids are using these days? Like the vibes are good. When you have a stadium that's right downtown, you can walk to the game, you can walk to the bars afterwards. That's why I feel like a lot of people like coming to Titans games, because you walk right across the bridge and it's Broadway. And they're like, okay, seamless experience. Once we beat the brakes off the Titans, we can go down to Broadway and drink a bunch. So a lot of people make this like a destination, because they're like, oh, we'll go see the Bills play in Nashville so we can go drink. Yeah. So I think it's just one of those things that adds to the game day experience.
Oh, sure. And in here in D.C., like right down the street here, I was here yesterday, it's a 10-minute drive tops. I mean, if you exclude rush hour from where I live. Like Nats Park is right here. You can get off the metro and you're right here. And then you've got right downtown the Caps and the Wizards play at Capital One Arena. And now you get the Commanders back in D.C., so now you have all the teams right here in the district. So I think it's huge, and I love when a new stadium is born, because I love looking at the architecture and the planning and how it changes over time. And also, this is huge because they're going to build this stadium with the idea of, hey, we can host the Women's World Cup. We can host the Final Four, and potentially we can host a Super Bowl. So that will be massive for the city as well. And that's the one thing that was never going to happen at Northwest Stadium. It's just not built for it. And frankly, while it's a nice temporary home, it's not a great stadium at all, especially if you compare it to other NFL stadiums.
Yeah, nobody's going to want to go there for the college football playoff.
No.
Like, you have to make it a little bit more palatable, and especially because the bar is always being raised. Because I go to Titans games, and the stadium's just fine. And then you go to, like, other stadiums, you're like, whoa, this is a different stratosphere. It's like, if your home hasn't been renovated in 30 years, you're like, oh, this is a functional home. Then you go into, like, a new home, you're like, what does this refrigerator do? And it has all these different functions. So it's like when you have, like, the Jerry Worlds, and you have even, like, the Viking Stadium during, like, that primetime game. That one looks really cool. Have you been to Minnesota's new stadium?
I have not. And it does look awesome. Like, it's gorgeous, yeah. And also, remember, Denton, you'll remember this. A few years ago, when Dan Snyder owned the team, they released these images of a potential new stadium and what it would look like. I can see his reaction. And these drawings had, I swear to God, a moat around the stadium. And there was a dude, like, surfing in the water. A perfect encapsulation of the Dan Snyder era. Like, is there...
That's a great shot.
It was so bad.
He was surfing.
It was posted, and like I was in high school, and I was like, "Where's he getting water from? There's no water around." It was so bad.
You know what people in D.C. love? They love politics and surfing. It's a huge surfing community.
But like, it doesn't even make sense with the mascot, because if it would be one thing if they were like the DC Knights or something. Like, hey, let's put a drawbridge in a moat.
Right.
But it doesn't make sense, like the Commanders, or it was not even the Commanders back then.
It was the Redskins.
Wasn't it the Redskins?
Yeah.
So like, it doesn't make sense. Jenks, have you seen these pictures floating around on TikTok of the AI generated stadiums?
Yes,
where
I have.
Those are so cool, but AI is like ruining people's expectations. They're like,
right.
What do you mean we can't have like a 300-foot tiger,
right,
at the Bengal Stadium? It's like some of these things are cool, but like in reality, like you can't have plants just growing all over the stadium.
Right.
It's just not sustainable.
Totally. And people are like, why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? I'm like,
because it's hard.
You can't.
It's expensive.
Have you seen, the Ravens Stadium was amazing. It was like this dark castle and
Gothic.
super black. It was, and then the Dolphins, they were like in an aquarium essentially. I'm like, yeah, it looks really cool. Do you know the logistics of trying to keep up like a stadium-size aquarium? Oh, you just can't do it. It's not practical. But yes, it's ruining our expectations. They were really cool. I liked a couple of those just so they would pop back up on my feed again. But those were awesome.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason why you can't take inspiration from those.
Sure.
But like these stadiums are already costing like $1 billion. So they're like, hey, how much for live plants covering the entire ceiling? They're like, a little over budget.
Yeah, and like the Niners stadium was like a massive like wagon carrying like
Train.
gold or something. And I'm like, that thing's got to be like 200 feet tall or something stupid. You just can't do it. Great AI images, though. Coming up next in the show, before week 3 officially begins, we will see how our power rankings have shifted. It's on the Daily Tip next. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Good morning to you. We are live from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Monday through Friday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Power rankings in the NFL on the way before Week 3 gets underway tonight. Man, this wedding stuff, I got to tell you, we are over, I think, the hump here where we've gotten the vast majority done. We're trying to keep this wedding pretty small, like relatively small, but I've had to but there's a couple, like 2 or 3 people like right there on the periphery, and I didn't know if I was going to invite them or not. And I don't want to say I caved, but the more I thought about it, I'm like, they should probably be there. Like we got 3 Sarahs who are going to be there, or at least are invited. And then there was someone else who like sent me a message on Instagram. I was like, okay. So I think we've got it done, but it's hard because I want to make sure everyone is, as many people as I can have there, are there in attendance to experience it. At the same time, we are trying to keep it smaller. So it's been tougher than I anticipated.
Well, I think if people are like truly your friends, they would understand that. Mm-hmm. And I think especially people who are married, like understand how much weddings cost. And that everybody is not free. Like you can't just on a whim add somebody and it's not going to cost you money. So, like, I think people get it, like, especially if it's going to be small. Like, if you have a 300-person wedding and, like, you forget a few people who you hang out with regularly, that's when it's offensive.
Yeah, I think that's right. Like, yesterday, I asked Catherine, I go, okay, so should we invite her? Like, I kind of want to, but it's, costs are getting up there. What do you think? And she was like, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I think she would really, really love being there and really want an invite. I was like, okay, that's a yes. So I'm going to go ahead and do it. But yeah, for each person, it's like, it's great, but then there are costs associated with that you have to take into account. And that's the thing. Like if money were not a factor, of course I'd be like, great. But also I want to retain that intimacy. Like that's really important to me. So I feel good about it now. It's just been, that's the thing that distressed me, like making sure we get the invites right.
Yeah, well, and plus, like, the more people you invite, like, the fewer time you will have to speak to each person.
Yeah, that's
so,
true.
Like, think about that, too, because I think the bigger a wedding gets, like, the less you get to enjoy it, and the more it becomes for other people. Because I think that's the trend that I've noticed with, like, weddings now is that it feels like it's more for other people than the actual bride and groom. Where it's like, okay, we have to have this amazing food and this amazing band, and we have to have all this entertainment. It's like, at the end of the day, it's supposed to be for you guys. Mm-hmm. So, like, just make sure the main thing is the main thing.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that because the lovely Catherine was like, I'm worried about what people think about this or this. And I was like, honey, at the end of the day, if there's one day that you can be selfish, it's your wedding. Like, this is our wedding day. So while, of course, we want, everything to be nice and everyone to have a great experience, at the end of the day, like, what do you want? This is our day. If you spend your entire wedding day sort of trying to acquiesce and keep everyone happy, then you're sort of missing the point. Like, this is our day, so let's do what we think is best. Everyone's going to have a great time, and I don't think anyone's going to walk away and be like, oh, my God, only chicken or whatever. Whatever. I've never walked away from a wedding being, like, so upset with what they served or whatever. You're just there to celebrate the couple.
Right, and if somebody's going to be judgmental and you think they're going to be judgmental, they do not deserve a spot at your wedding. Like, if you know they're going to be gossiping about your wedding, get them out of there.
Hey, get them out. Get them out. Security, get them out.
Yeah.
I totally agree. Okay, I invite you to give us your updated power rankings in the NFL. So I'm looking at our rankings. Oh, we're really close. We've been close each week, which I think is not necessarily surprising. So let's hear what you got after last week because week 3 officially starts tonight with Fins and Bills.
Yeah, we're not hot take artists here. So, like, it makes sense to me that, like, our power rankings are not that far apart. So, okay, number 1, the Eagles. The Eagles are the favorites in my book until proven otherwise. It's wild to me that the books have them tied with the Packers for the shortest odds to win the NFC because as much as I think the Packers are a very complete team, they haven't won the Super Bowl like the Eagles have in this recent stretch. So I don't know if you heard that quote from, I forget who the Packers player was, but he had a funny quote about, like, there's plenty of teams that started the season 2-0 and did not amount to bleep. So Eagles, Packers, Bills, just because they have Josh Allen. Like, I think the Chargers are actually the more complete team than the Bills, but I still have some reservations about the Chargers in the postseason because I trusted them against the Texans, and Justin Herbert looked terrible and turned into a pumpkin and threw multiple interceptions in that game. So if you're talking about like odds to win the Super Bowl and like teams I like overall, not just in the regular season, but in the postseason, I think I'd put the Bills over the Chargers for that reason. And then I'm going to go with the Ravens at 5, simply because they've lost a game. Like, I mean, Bills, Chargers, Ravens are all right there for me. But at the end of the day, like, I feel like you have to go with the teams that have the better records. So Eagles, Packers, Bills, Chargers, Ravens.
Yeah, I'm really close here. I just have the Bills above the Packers at 2. So number 1 is the Eagles. This is the most complete team in football, and they don't have the – it's interesting. The Eagles, for all of the star power that they have, like the way they win games doesn't necessarily take advantage of that star power. A.J. Brown knows this. But at the end of the day, if you're winning football games – then you're winning football games. That's all that matters in the National Football League. Style points don't matter. The Eagles are, 17-1 now, straight up, in their last 18 games, obviously including the playoffs. That's incredible and so difficult to do in 2025. So Eagles 1. I'm going to go Bills 2. I want to see how the Bills defense performs tonight because we sort of saw – a tale of two teams over the past couple of weeks. Like, is it the Bills defense we saw in week 1 against the Ravens, or is it the Bills defense we saw in week 2 against the Jets? And the Jets do have some offensive tools. What's going to happen tonight against the Fins? I'm curious about that. But because of Josh Allen, I'll go Bills at 2. Packers at 3. I almost went Packers at 2 like you, but I'm going to try and pump the brakes a little bit on the Packers train just because of injuries right now. Especially at receiver, like Jaden Reed is out. He's going to be out for, 6 weeks? He had surgery on a collarbone and his foot. So he's going to be out for a while. Ultimately, I think that Packers defense can carry them as far as they want to go. They're really nasty. But Packers at 3, then Chargers at 4. I mean, I'm with you. They look like the most complete team. We love Haba on this show. Justin Herbert is already off to a hot start. They have a top 10 defense. So when we talk about complete teams, that's not just hyperbole. I mean, the Chargers have done it on both sides of the football. And then I'll put the Ravens at 5. Ultimately, the book is going to be the same on the Ravens all season long. You're going to look great in the regular season. Can you do something in the playoffs? Because they just blew the doors off the Browns last week. In Joe Flacco's return. Elite Joe Flacco. But Ravens at 5.
Right. Do you think it's disrespectful at all that, we didn't even mention the Chiefs? Or do you think it's fine since they're 0-2? Because from a betting standpoint, I do think now's the time, if you are going to buy into the Chiefs, this is a good spot. And, this is the difference between betting and simply ranking teams. Because value is always a thing when it comes to betting. It's like when you go shopping. The price matters. You don't just go in and not look at the price tag unless you're a rapper or somebody who's financially irresponsible. So we don't do that in betting either. So I think that the Chiefs are still a very good team. But if we're power ranking, and if this was the AP top 25, the mere fact that they're 0-2, it's hard to put them above teams that are 2-0 that look, noticeably better.
I think that's a very good way to look at it. It's like Clemson, okay? So, all right, they're coming off a loss. They struggled against Troy. Are they a very good football team? Do they have the potential to be a very good football team? Of course. By the end of the season, maybe they move up in the power rankings. But for now, it's like what Bill Parcells said back in the day. You are what your record says you are. So when it comes to the Chiefs, is the potential there? Sure. Is the history there? Yes. Is the track record there? Yes. But you are still 0-2. So sure, from a betting perspective, if I want to try to find some value on the Chiefs and I believe in the Chiefs in the future, this is your time. Go in on the Chiefs because they're 0-2 and they're cheaper than they're probably going to be for the rest of the season. But if you're talking about which teams are the best in the NFL right now, you can't put an 0-2 team in your top 5. I mean, I guess you can, but I think it would be a fool's errand.
Yeah, and if we're talking about discrepancies, the books actually have the Lions with shorter odds than the Chargers to win the Super Bowl.
Interesting.
Is that surprising to you?
Yeah, it is. I also wonder... I also wonder how much of that is based on what we saw from the Lions last week, like when they just exploded against the Bears, right? Because sometimes style points can influence like how people bet, right? It's like, oh, the Lions aren't dead just yet.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they can absolutely, drop some points here. So, okay, tough outing against the Packers. Let's not forget about the Lions, who were unbelievable all last season. So I think I'm curious. I'd be curious to know where that was a week ago, but I would bet the books saw some Lions money come in based on that performance against the Bears.
Well, and also they've had better performances in the postseason. Because
Yes.
again, like this is what I keep coming back to for the Chargers. Is it like, should I have that innate trust in a team that hasn't looked good in the playoffs? Like I know they have a different head coach, but like they had the same head coach last year, and they still turned into a pumpkin. So I think it's one of those things that like if you're talking about regular season wins, like the Chargers are ahead of some of these teams, but when it comes to Super Bowl wins, because we talk about this in the NBA a lot. That like having regular season wins under your belt like is one thing and having a great season, but sometimes I think it takes like that year of like advancing pretty far and losing, and then the next year you win a title.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like we saw that from the Thunder, where like it took a couple years and a couple tries where they kind of needed more postseason experience before they could win it all.
For sure. And I think there's a couple things here if you're talking about the Chargers is one, you're absolutely right. It's the experience. And then two, it's another year in the system. When you have an extra year in a head coach's system or an offensive or defensive coordinator system, then you get to that point where the play calls are more like you're reacting as opposed to thinking. You hear that a lot in the NFL. Like once you learn a different play, and then you can expand the playbook as well. It's like, all right, you know the plays now, you know the calls, you know how to react. Now we're going to expand the playbook even more and make both sides of the football more dynamic. So if you're the Chargers, I think there's a real possibility that's happening too. You're getting that experience, and now it's another year under Harbaugh. Big on the Chargers. Big Chargers guy. Go to next year's show. If there's a game on the schedule, Chelsea's going to play some props. We'll check out the board and find some plays between the Finns and the Bills tonight. She's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Hour 2 of the Daily Tip coming up on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
coffee, and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. And guess what? It's a Thursday, which means we have Thursday Night Football to break down. In this segment, we'll get to our favorite plays between the Dolphins and the Bills. At 7:20, it's on to our daily baseball plays that have been pretty good, I might add, over the last few months. And then at 7:40, it's on to our survivor picks for this week and the NFL. So, Jenks, while everybody was arguing about Jimmy Kimmel, I was looking up props in Dolphins and Bills. Like, do you ever feel like you just want to, like, dissociate? And you're like, listen, this is a lot. Like, I just want to look at memes for a while. Because, listen, everything feels so heavy these days. And it's not just, like, when you want it. Because I understand sometimes your brain craves, like, more than just, like, hey, it's a squirrel on roller skates. Sometimes you want more than that. But, like, at other times when it's, like, thrown in your face, you're like, listen, I was not prepared for this. I am simply opening X or Twitter when I'm at the grocery store. I want to keep up on the latest, like, injury updates. So sometimes I just don't feel like seeing it thrown in my face. Like, I want it to be there when I want it, but it's just, everything feels so heavy these days.
Yes, it does. I mean, I think you have to strike that balance between it's important to stay informed, it's important to stay educated, it's important to not just believe everything that you see and hear, because especially in today's day and age, not everything that you see and hear is true. And I think it's important to stand up and advocate for what is right. I also think at the same time that can be overwhelming. And so I get overwhelmed with stuff as someone who, takes pride in making sure that I do the proper research and say, okay, I'm not just going to throw out a hot take. I want to understand what I'm talking about, the gravity of the situation, what's going on. But after a while, that becomes really heavy and exhausting. And I'm like, all right, I need a break. I'm going to look at some funny memes, or I'm going to watch a comedian on Netflix for a while and just sort of take a break from that. So I certainly understand the need to have the balance between what is, very, very serious, particularly in the realm of politics now, and also trying to stay sane and not get overwhelmed with emotion, which you can definitely do if you lean into that too much.
Well, and also, I'm just busy, too. Like, I know, like, I'm like, oh, I want to look at memes, but, like, it's for the show. Like, I'm doing research. These pictures of Kyler Murray are for the show. So that's another thing. It's just, like, sometimes you get overwhelmed because, like, you just simply have to do your research. And, like, that's what I was doing. I was like, all right, I got to put the blinders on because we have Thursday Night Football, and I have, like, a million plays that I want to get out and a million stats. So listen if you want to hear some of that research I did last night. All right, so before we get to that, I saw this quote flying around on social media yesterday, and people were mad at Tua Tagovailoa. They said this quote that he had about Josh Allen was way too honest. But Jenks, when I listened to it, he's not wrong. Like, maybe you want, like, more of the competitor mindset, and you're like, hey, can you act like you at least have a chance in this game? But listen for yourself. I think the quote's coming. Is it coming?
Dude, he's top tier.
There we go.
If it's not with his arm, it's with his legs. That dude can do literally anything he wants. So definitely different skill set for me. I can't do half what he does when it comes to running the ball and any of that. And then with how he can just chuck a ball down the field, with how far and the arm strength that he has, he's supreme when it comes to that. So it's gonna be fun. Get to see him, get to play him again, and we'll see.
If you're a Dolphins fan and you hear your quarterback, who you paid, let's check, $212 million, this was a quarterback that you, quote, tanked for, and you hear him say, I can't do half the things that he does. And, like, I saw the first comment under this was, well, then you should get paid half of what Josh Allen does. And listen, I don't disagree with that statement, but, like, that's not Tua's fault. Like, the fault is the Dolphins' ownership. Like, Tua is doing his best, and, like, I'm not going to fault him for being honest because Josh Allen is a generational talent. How do you feel about Tua saying this about Josh Allen?
It didn't bother me. He's right. I mean, he's right. And also, Tua is not alone. The vast majority of quarterbacks in the National Football League cannot do what Josh Allen does. He has a very unique skill set. That's why he is the current MVP. So I know some people might take it as, oh, you're giving him too much credit. I'm like, no, you're not. I think, honestly, maybe he's leaning too much into not giving the Bills and not giving Josh Allen any bulletin board material because God knows the Fins need a win in the worst way. And this is a massive line tonight, 12.5. The Bills are favored by Lordy. But he's not wrong. Like, people may not like it and may say, why are you saying this? Well, it's the truth. Is anybody going to say that Tua Tagovailoa has the same skill set as Josh Allen? No. And not many players do. He is one of one.
Right. I think the problem people have is that, like, it feels like almost like a defeatist mindset. But, like, again, like, if he went the other direction and was like, we're not afraid of the Bills, people would be like, oh, you're giving the Bills bulletin board material. So it just feels like a can't win situation. And here's the bottom line. It's very easy for people to hate on you when you're not good at your job, right? Like, it feels like no matter what Tua says, there are going to be haters around because he's such an easy target. So, like, if Josh Allen did this for another quarterback, nobody would say anything. Like, if he went on a rant and, like, praised how good Lamar Jackson was, people are like, oh, Josh Allen's such a stand-up guy. It's just because it's Tua, and people are frustrated with the output that he's given the Dolphins after giving him that big deal and also being the number 1 overall pick.
Well, and also, too, you know, this is where people get lost, where it's either one way or the other. Like, I hate it when people can't think in the middle or can't think critically. Like, just because he's praising Josh Allen doesn't mean he thinks he sucks. You know, it's not one or the other. You can praise someone else and say, well, this is one of the best to do it, and also believe in yourself and also believe in your own skill set. You know, so I didn't see Tua knocking himself so much as him saying, look, these are things I can't do. But he does other things well. I mean, so it didn't bother me as much as maybe it bothers other people. But I think when they hear this, like, oh, you don't believe in yourself? What does that mean? You're terrible because you can't do these things? It's like, no, this guy's really, really good. And again, everything he said, facts.
Yeah, he can't win in this situation.
He can't.
But the facts are, when it comes to this matchup between the Bills and the Dolphins, is that all of the facts and figures go with the Bills. And that is the premier game tonight on Thursday Night Football. If you're going to be betting on it, here's the line. The Dolphins are 12.5-point dogs in this one. And if you're doing a same-game parlay, always take advantage of the promos, especially at BetMGM. BetMGM account holders receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token today. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and same-game parlays. All right, Jenks, so here's some of the numbers that are not too kind to the Dolphins. So the Bills have won 13 of the last 14 matchups against the Dolphins. Josh Allen has had premier games against Miami, 37 touchdowns to only 8 interceptions. Meanwhile, Tua is putting up forgettable stats against the Bills. 9 touchdowns in his career against Buffalo, along with 10 interceptions. So should we even talk about, like, the straight up winner of this game? It does feel like this should be an easy win for the Bills. Is there any way that the Dolphins keep this close?
I don't think so. I don't see it. I mean, the fact that the number has gone from 11.5 to 12.5 is just sort of stupid. I don't really have any interest in laying 12.5. It's kind of a dead number, right? But ultimately, big numbers, double-digit spreads in the National Football League are something that I get uncomfortable with pretty quickly. And yet, at the same time, when you look at the numbers here, I mean, Josh Allen, 13-2 all-time against the Dolphins. Tua Tagovailoa, 1-8 all-time against Josh Allen. Now, that's straight up, but can the Dolphins cover? if I'm leaning one way or the other, it would probably be Buffalo. I think it will help that Buffalo is going to have some of their big names out. Ed Oliver isn't going to play, and so Milano's not going to play either. And the Bills' defense isn't necessarily fast. Like, it's very, they can be assignment sound, but they're not necessarily a fast defense. So I think there is the possibility that the Dolphins and their speed merchants, Tyreek Hill and Devon Achane, like those guys could maybe give Buffalo some trouble. But I don't trust the Dolphins enough to grab the number. I would probably look at a prop or something else.
Yeah, I do think, like, if there is an angle, like, maybe this Dolphins offense can score some points against this Bills defense, because like you said, they are missing some pieces here, and they haven't been the most solid defense. It's just been a matter of, hey, Josh Allen's going to score like 40 points, so it doesn't really matter. But I don't think that the Dolphins offense can keep up with the Bills offense. So, like, that's the thing for me. Like, maybe you take a look at the over, but for me, I do think that we're going to get a heavy target share for some of those speed guys tonight.
Yeah.
So I think you look at the world of props and you say, okay, look at the numbers for Tyreek Hill and Devon Achane, because I always think this is a solid starting off point for a team in what could be a blowout matchup, where you say, okay, who's going to be on the quote unquote losing side? And so they're going to be playing catch up, and they're going to get a lot of reps. Like, even in garbage time, like, this is when props, can be turned into winners. So I think Devon Achane is a good look tonight. I looked at his rushing and receiving, though. It's 96.5, which is pretty high, but he's gone over this number. Last game had a monster game when it came to both rushing and receiving. Had 30 yards rushing, 92 receiving. And so I think if you're picking one of those, I think I'm going to go with receiving here. He had 10 targets last time around against the Patriots, 92 yards. And so his number today is 37.5 for minus 140. I feel like that is a very gettable number, and especially on these short weeks, the short and dumpy passes to running backs, especially when you're quarterback, like the narrative on Tua is that like he's not very good past his first read. So, like, it feels like a perfect situation to play a running back receiving prop. And especially when Devon Achane is probably the best player on this team, I feel like it makes a lot of sense as a receiving prop.
Yeah, I like that. I'm going to be on Tyreek Hill's. I don't know if I want to go over his reception number or his receiving prop yardage. I can't decide. But I think ultimately this is going to be a game. It's almost like a prove-it game for Tyreek Hill because he wants to get out of Miami, right? Like, I think he's essentially auditioning for the Chiefs because the Chiefs need the help. We keep hearing the rumblings that the Chiefs are looking at him, and also he doesn't want to be there. So I think that Tyreek Hill will do his best to, put on a show tonight. And again, you're talking about a guy who has a ton of speed against the Bills defense that isn't necessarily the fastest defense in the NFL. I think we're going to see a high-scoring game. And also, when I see that Buffalo is such a large favorite, like, can't you see Buffalo jumping out to a big lead in this game, and the Dolphins have to pass their way back into it, which means more targets, which means more yardage for Achane or Tyreek Hill. So I think both of those guys are good plays.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at receptions versus receiving yards for Tyreek Hill, because I went down this road for a second as well. So 5.5 is the number for receptions. Juice the over at minus 118. Receiving yards is set at 64.5. So personally, I like to go with yards sometimes because it feels like they can clear them if they have one big play. So for really electric receivers, if they are, prone to having that longest reception, like last week, Tyreek Hill had a 47-yard catch and he had 109 yards receiving. So as far as the catches go, he's been at 4 and 6. So this number is like right in between that almost.
Yeah.
So I kind of like taking the play that has like, I don't know, more potential for it to hit in the first half. Because, Jenks, isn't that the best feeling when a prop hits in the first half of a game? So I think he has the high-end potential here. And plus, again, this Bills defense isn't the toughest of matchups. Like, maybe it's easy for us to sit here and say, oh, the Bills defense is bad. But, like, also, they did play the Ravens in one of those games. So, like, the Ravens are a very difficult offense to stop. And, like, the Dolphins are nowhere that level. And I will say this, sabotage factor is that Tua could absolutely turn into a pumpkin. And we saw this in the first game of the season. He only had 114 passing yards. So I think that can be tricky when you trust receivers that have untrustworthy quarterbacks. But I do think Devon Achane and Tyreek Hill are like the top two guys I'm looking at in this one.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think either one you can go with. And I agree with you when you talk about going yardage, receiving yardage versus catches, just because, especially when we talk about a speed guy, you could have 3 catches and hit the number, right? Especially tonight. I think we see a lot of Tyreek Hill in the flat, just trying to get him open in space and let him go. So you could have 5 catches and not hit the receptions prop, but then he takes those to the house or takes those for long gains and you hit the yardage prop. So I'm going to be on that.
Yeah, and I know we're running out of time, but as far as the Bill side, if you're expecting a blowout, obviously you look at the running back for the team you expect to be winning. So James Cook fits that bill. Also, the Dolphins are giving up the most fantasy points to opposing running backs through 2 weeks. So James Cook should be a good look tonight as well. Coming up next, time to switch gears to baseball. Our favorite daily plays come your way next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back on a Thursday. It is September 18th. Man, September is rolling right along, Jax.
Yeah.
Before you know it, it will finally be fall. And listen, I have been waiting patiently for fall, but it's still 90 damn degrees here. Are you guys getting the same weather in D.C.? It's not very cozy. I can't have hot coffee and, sit in my cardigan and look by the window at the leaves falling. It's still summer here.
No, here it's kind of been misty and gray over the past couple days, a little rainy. Yeah, it hasn't been sunshiny at all. It was for a while, but yeah, it's been dreary this week.
I wish that we had that. We haven't had rain and it feels like forever. Like all of our grass is dying. We need rain. And I think I'm just ready for something different. And I do like the change of the seasons. Like I think when I lived in Florida, that's the one thing that I miss. Because everybody's like, oh, Florida's so great weather year round. No, it feels like you're living in Groundhog Day. So I think I'm just ready for the next season. It's not that I don't love summer. It's just I'm ready for something new.
I get that. I mean, I'm definitely a fall-winter person. Oh, even though I've come around to the summer quite a bit. But I am ready for something different. But the whole rainy, wet, this just makes me want to eat a breakfast burrito and crawl in bed for a few hours because there's just nothing going on. And I can't because I got to go to a couple of doctor's appointments. But being out in the rain and the dreariness of it all isn't necessarily something I'm a fan of.
But that sounds like something good to curl up and watch a scary movie or a movie about witches. So I don't do scary movies, but I can do scary adjacent movies.
Okay.
If it's about witches or something and it's PG-13, that's as far as I can go. But it also feels like the dog days of summer for baseball right now.
Yeah.
Because I remember this back when Jake played. Is that I would be waiting for him to get done with the season. I'm like, oh my God, it's September. Will this season ever end? And I understand people feel that way about the regular season right now, but things are wrapping up and we do have teams who are clinching berths to the playoffs. We had the Cubs clinch last night and I was watching the Tigers Guardians game last night, Jenks.
Okay.
I don't know what's up with the Tigers. The Tigers are 4-6 over their last 10 games. And I'm not going to sound the panic alarm yet because the Tigers are still well in command of the AL Central and one of the best, probably the best record, I think, in the American League. Yeah. Oh, no, the Blue Jays have the best record in the American League. But this is not how you want to go into the postseason. This scares me for teams that are trending in the wrong direction in September because it's great to have a great regular season, but momentum matters a lot in baseball. So, I have questions about the Tigers. They'll have, obviously, a very good leg up on the competition when you have Tariq Skubal, starting your postseason. But I don't know. I feel like Tigers fans are starting to get, a little nervous.
Yeah, I would too. And, I want to bet this game because of Tariq Skubal, but then you have to wonder if, A, it's going to be cost prohibitive, right? Even though you can shop around and maybe find a way to bet on him. But also, are the Tigers' bats going to give him the support he needs, especially after getting shut out last night, especially when they're not playing well? If you're going to support him in this spot, and he might just shut down the Guardians, so you might not have to worry about it. But at the same time, I worry about him getting the few runs that he'll need in the first five because I like him in the first five. If I'm going to pay $1.60 on the Tigers' first 5 run line, which is a half run, I'm a little worried about paying that price and getting the Tigers to score.
I will say for this particular game, because I was more talking about in a macro view, but today's game, Tariq Skubal is pitching for the Tigers. I do think, I'm looking at the pitcher props right now, I think it feels like one of those games where Tariq Skubal tries to put his team on his back.
Right.
And, we know he's a very competitive guy, and he's going to be trying to go deep in this game. And last night's game was a low-scoring affair. It's just the Tigers' bats couldn't get anything going. So I think more than anything, maybe you trust Tariq Skubal, maybe you play an under in this game because the Tigers' bats have, not just last night, but over the course of the last month have kind of cooled down. So here are the props. Outs recorded 17.5, but it's minus 203 for him to get to 6 innings.
Jeez.
This is the tough part of props, Jenks, is that sometimes these numbers are just not even bettable. 3.5 is the number for hits. God. That one's tough, too, because even if he's really good, if he goes long in this game, Like, he's just going to allow some hits usually, and that's just kind of how it goes. 1.5 is the number for earned runs allowed, but the under is minus 188. So, like, all this is kind of built into the number.
Yeah.
Maybe what you could bank on is that Tariq Skubal records a win, but that's minus 158. So, Jinx, how do I take this hypothesis and turn it into a bet, or do I just throw up my hands and say, okay, there's nothing there?
The only thing I found, like I said, was first 5 run line. But and that's compared to the numbers you were throwing out, the other bets, this is minus 160. That's actually cheaper than the ones that you were throwing out. So whenever he's on the mound, it's kind of like when Paul Skeens is on the mound. You have to really do some digging to find a number that is bettable, unless you want to lay monster juice, because everyone knows guys like this are the most dependable. They're big names. That adds to it as well. Like, sometimes you can find better value on someone who's having a really good season. Like Tyler Wells is a good example, right? Having an awesome season, but isn't the name of a Skeens or a Skubal, so you can find value there. But for these guys, it's exceptionally tough.
Yeah. Maybe what you do is you go over to BetMGM and use your same game parlay token.
Yeah.
That you can boost the odds on this. Because I will say, like, this is a good way. If you find a bet that's like a little too juicy, use the boost and you can make it a bettable number. So BetMGM, of course, has an MLB parlay boost token waiting for you. You use it to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. All right, some news for other contenders in the National League. The Brewers now put Jose Quintana on the injured list. He's going to be on a 15-day IL with a left calf strain. And, of course, we were just talking about this. You want to be going into the postseason with some momentum. This is not ideal. Jose Quintana, 11-7 on the season with a 3.96 ERA. Obviously, you always want your depth pieces, but I will say this. Jose Quintana is not their ace of the rotation. And they have other guys who are going to anchor the rotation. Like Brandon Woodruff is normally very good, a postseason veteran as well. So, like, I don't think the Brewers are, like, done for. If this was Garrett Cole, this would be a bigger deal, because when you lose your ace, that is somebody who can start multiple games in a series. Like, we'll see the ace start game 1 and maybe throw him in, like, game 5 or something, or even game 4. So, like, this is a big loss for the Brewers, but it's not damning for Milwaukee.
No, they're going to be just fine. And this is not a long-term injury, right? So this is a deep rotation. This is a deep team. This is a high-scoring team. This is a complete baseball team. So the fact that he's going to be out for a couple weeks, it wouldn't affect me at all. It may be less chance to bet on the Brewers day to day, but long-term, as long as he's not going to be out for the season, I mean, ultimately you want to be as deep as you can if you're the Brewers going into the postseason. I think that's pretty obvious. But here, I don't think it's a big factor. It's just one of those things where you want to get him right and get ready for the playoffs.
Yeah. And I was going to say this as well. Like, you have to be careful this time of year with betting some of these big favorites who don't have too much to play for, because a lot of these teams have already clinched the playoffs and already clinched the division. Let's see. Milwaukee has not officially clinched the division, I believe. Let's take a double check there. I think they still have something to play for. And also, like, some of these teams are trying to be the best team in their respective conference, division, the National League or the American League. So the Brewers have clinched the playoffs, have not clinched the division just yet. A 5-game lead over the Cubs. So they're still playing for something. So they are big favorites today. Quinn Priester, who we have backed a lot on this show, feels like the great value version of a lot of the starters in the Brewers rotation. 13-2 this year, 3.25 ERA. Milwaukee minus 190 though. Kikuchi goes for the Angels, 6-11, 4.08 ERA. Total of 8 runs. So Jenks, okay, I guess I should throw out, like, do you like the Angels here? I don't think that's the answer here. But do you like the Brewers in some capacity, either on the run line, first 5 run line? Is there a play in this game?
Yeah, I'm going to take the Brewers. I'm going to take Brewers -1. These -1 plays, I love. I have pushed on these. You're laying a little juice, but I think they're interesting. For the general public, I would say play the Brewers on the run line here. Play the Brewers on the run line. Get yourself some plus money. Brewers -1 is -137. It's palatable, but this is a good chance because the Angels and Kikuchi in particular is awful on the road and has been all season. He's coming off a really good performance against the Mariners last time out. Like, he was very good, but that really belies what we've seen from him during the regular season. On the road, he's 1-8 with an ERA over 5. The Angels have lost 6 straight. They're playing bad baseball right now, and this is amazing. The Brewers, when Priester is on the mound, had to triple check this, have won 18 straight games. Like, they just don't lose whenever he's towing the rubber. So, yeah, I'm laying the 1 with the Brewers tonight.
Yeah, and I think you can make a very strong case for the run line as well, because I feel like we had almost a similar handicap yesterday where the opposing pitcher for the Angels had decent numbers. Jose Soriano came to this game with good numbers, but only went 1 1/3. I'm not sure what was going on there. Maybe got hurt. But still, the Brewers posted a 9 spot in last night's game, won that game handily 9-2. And again, like, I feel like a broken record, but this bears repeating. The Brewers have the best run differential in baseball by like 50 runs. Their run differential sitting at like 170.
It's crazy.
Like, it's wild how good the Brewers have been on both sides of the ball. And so when you play a run line bet, you want a team that can win by a wide margin. And that's what we see from the Brewers on a daily basis. So Brewers on the run line, whatever price you can get that. If you play -1, that's fine as well. But on the run line, I think that is a very solid play. All right, Jenks, do you dare bet on the Yankees today?
I don't really like the card today. Like yesterday, I liked it and whatever. That was a little bit underwater, but kind of an even day. Thank God I got that push. Those -1s, by the way, have given me 2 pushes in the last 2 days. So, you know, I know they're a little odd. Most people would rather go run line, get some plus money, and I don't fault anyone for doing that because plus money is plus money. But maybe I look at the Yankees -1. Max Fried taking on Cade Povich. Maybe I'll add that. God, every time I say I'm going to go small, I just don't. Fried versus Povich. This has to be the Yankees, right? Come on. You just say that. You got to throw some money on the Yankees here. What are we doing? Yes.
I feel like the Yankees bullpen, like on paper, they should be good. And it's just like I watch these games and like maybe it's like the games that I watch, they can never shut the door. But I don't know for the price. I feel like there are teams that I would trust a little bit more, you know, at that price. So freewheeling here. Is there any other game that you think we should mention? Like, I hate pigeonholing you into the games. So if there's a game that you like that you want to talk about, here's your chance.
I don't know. This card, I don't like it nearly as much as I did yesterday. But I will say I'm looking at maybe an over or Blue Jays. Blue Jays Rays today. So this is an early game. Blue Jays are -130, and the total is set at 8. You've got Chris Bassett going up against Shane Baz. And Baz has been brutal at home this season. 6-5, an ERA of 6.28. Chris Bassett is not nearly as good away from Toronto, but still, he's been really good recently, right? So he's given up 3 runs in his last 3 appearances. Total of 16 innings. Probably go 5 in this game, but ultimately, when you take those Blue Jays bats against a guy who's been awful at home, I think it's a pretty good price on Toronto at -130, or I'd take a look at the over 8. Be a lean.
Yeah. And then I wanted to mention, like, there's another angle on the board here today for a team that was celebrating last night that may be a little hungover for today's game. So as I mentioned, the Cubs did clinch a spot in the playoffs yesterday. They did celebrate. I heard some interesting quotes from, who was it? It was one of their pitchers who we used to back all the time. His name will come to me in a minute, but he said something to the effect of instead of drinking champagne, you need it poured on your skin and you absorb it that way. And that's how you get drunk. And you're like, wow, that's big brain thinking. But keep in mind the Cubs were celebrating last night, and I think that's why the Reds are favored today. They're -125 despite Colin Ray pitching for the Cubs, 10-6, 4.23 ERA. Been pretty solid, but Hunter Green goes for Cincinnati, 6-4 with a 3.01 ERA. Let me ask you this, Jenks. Are you back on fading the Rockies again today? Tanner Gordon doesn't have good numbers, but neither does Sandy Alcantara. Miami's -175.
Alcantara has been a lot better recently, but at the same time, I can't get over what we saw early in the year. He's gotten better. I mean, this guy certainly has Cy Young stuff. We've seen that, and he's gotten more comfortable after coming off Tommy John surgery. But ultimately, when you're talking about, I need to see a little bit more from him, and the regular season's running out, so I know it's sort of too late. But I just don't think I trust him based on what we've seen all season to sort of back him here. He's a guy who could give up 7 runs in 5 innings and also pitch 6 shutout innings. Like, I don't know what I'm going to get. So while I love the price yesterday, because fading the Rockies at -160 is actually good value, and that came home. At -175, now I'm kind of getting nervous about that. So probably going to be a stay away for me.
Yeah, I think if you have pitchers like that who are really volatile, like over the past few years, I've had pitchers like Andrew Heaney has kind of fit this bill.
Oh, yeah.
Lucas Giolito, not this season, but previous seasons, Lance Lynn, where like sometimes they'll have like 10 strikeouts, but give up 6 runs, and 5 of those are home runs. So it's just like they're all over the place. So like those aren't guys I want to bet on. I want to bet on trustworthy guys to either be really good or really bad. We just need a dependable result. All right, coming up next, it's time to play Survivor in the NFL. Who's winning outright this week in the league? It's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Off and rolling on a Thursday, which means it's time for our weekly Survivor picks in the NFL. And it sounds so simple, right? All you have to do is pick an outright winner. But the NFL, we know, usually has other plans. And we'll see an upset, it feels like, every week. But Jenks, the hot gossip here in Nashville before we get to our Survivor picks. And we love our local celebrities, like people who are celebrities, but also like live here. And so here's the story that everybody's talking about. And here are the main characters. Diego Pavia, quarterback for Vanderbilt. Theo Vaughn, Diego Pavia's mom, and Tate McRae. Have you heard this story?
I have not, and I would love to hear it. Please tell me more.
Okay, so we know that Diego Pavia is never short on confidence. So, like, keep that in mind as you hear the details of the story. So, Theo Vaughn, who is a comedian, also lives in Nashville, goes to Vandy games, told Diego Pavia that if they beat South Carolina, he would go on a date with Diego Pavia's mom, which I don't know if, like, Diego Pavia wants his mom going on a date with Theo Vaughn, but, like, this was the bargain that was struck. And so, like, there's this big upset where Diego Pavia and Vanderbilt down South Carolina. So, like, the deal is on. So they ask him about this at the game. After the game, I think it was Cole Kubelik, who was a sideline reporter, and Theo Vaughn, like, doubled down. He's like, yeah, she's a nurse. Like, I want to date a nurse, even though he said something to the effect of, like, all right, so I wouldn't be Diego Pavia's stepdad. We would just be friends. And, like, imagine him saying that in that voice. I'm sure it was very funny. Mm-hmm. But now there's another addition to this that we didn't hear about on the broadcast because Theo posted this screenshot of, you know, the conversation that he had with Diego Pavia. And so apparently the deal was Theo Vaughn gets to date Diego Pavia's mom if Theo Vaughn can get Tate McRae to go on a date with Diego Pavia. So he screenshotted the DM that he sent to Tate McRae. It says this. Okay. Hey, Tate, my friend said I can take his mom on a date, but only if he's able to take you on a date. Here is a pic of him. It's like a picture of Diego Pavia at a press conference. But wait, he slid this in there at the very end. If you don't want to go on a date with him, I can also take you on a date.
There we go.
Very smooth.
So smooth. Like, hey, take a look at this guy. Now take a look at me. All right? Saving the best for last year. You know, if you like him, fine. But if you don't, what about me? Very, very tricky. Well done, Theo Vaughn. Yeah. That's the part that keeps getting left out when I look at these headlines. Like, the Tate McRae part is the part that people are leaving off here.
Yeah, and the fact that Theo Vaughn is not being a very good friend. It's like, hey, but if you don't want to date him, I'm definitely available. Like, that's not a very good wingman move.
I totally agree. Like, come on, man. Like, I got you, man. I got you. Hey, look, I know this guy. He's okay. Are you looking to date right now? It's like you're not really being a wingman there. It's like I'm with you until you break off at the last second.
I was just saying this. I feel like really attractive women make men lose their minds, though. Like, they'll say the dumbest things. And, like, I will say this. Tate McRae, very hot.
Yes.
So.
Not unattractive. She's a very beautiful woman. So I get that. But, yes, guys will lose their minds over, you know, someone who is attractive and young and famous and all those things that come with it.
And dances like that.
And dances like that. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt.
Looked at her VMA dance for research for the show?
No, I didn't realize that was a thing, but guess I've got some stuff to do this afternoon now. So thanks for the heads up on that. Yeah.
Yeah, quiet time for Jenks. All right, at the computer. All right, so let's get to our Survivor picks for this week in the NFL.
2 men enter, 1 man leaves.
There can be only one.
Who will survive?
All right, there you have it. The rules are simple. You pick an outright winner this week in the NFL. The spread doesn't matter. You just got to pick a winner. All right, Jenk, so who is that winner for you?
Am I doing the Bills tonight? I'm working on one more play.
Are you?
I think I am. I'm going with the Bills tonight. I mean, this should be an easy dub, I feel like. Right? They're taking on the Dolphins. The point spread is 11 and a hook. Now it went to 12 and a hook. So, yeah, this is a pretty easy choice for me. I had the Broncos week 1. That was a winner. Cowboys last week. I was sweating that one but came home. But let's go Buffalo tonight.
I saw a stat somewhere that backs this up, and apparently, like, favorites have been feasting this year. So favorites of 4.5 points or more this year are 12-0 straight up.
Oh,
so
wow.
that goes into your handicap there.
Nice.
If you do think the Bills cruise. And for me, I'm going to continue fading what I think is the worst team in football. So we're going to fade the Saints here. Going to go with the Seahawks at home. Like, this feels like a very good situational spot. Obviously, for the Seahawks, have one of the best home field advantages in football. They are 7.5-point home favorites against the Saints, who are 0-2. And, like, some of these stat lines on the Saints, like, bless Spencer Rattler's heart. Like, the first game of the season, he went 27 of 46 for, like, 205 yards. Like, you threw the ball 46 or 47 times, and that was your output. Not great, Bob. Not great. So I'm going to go with the Seahawks. All right, next up, looks like it's more of the same for Double D. David, looks like you're not going with a risky pick this week.
No, I'm going with a revenge pick. Saints let me down. Saints let me down last week. Revenge! Best served cold a week later, like a good leftover pizza. Delicious. Yes, I'm taking the Seahawks to beat the Saints. You let me down, Saints. I hope Spencer Rattler gets sacked 100 million times.
So it's clearly not personal for David. All right, Dylan. I know you can't pick Tate McRae here, but if you could, you would. But what's the NFL team?
Yeah, I'm going with the Packers this week. This is more just a fade of, like you say with the Saints, that you think they're the worst team. I think the Browns are the worst team. And Green Bay is also one of the best teams. I think this is just a hammer spot on Green Bay. Just getting them on the money line for Survivor, I'll take that all day.
Love it.
I definitely thought about this one. This was another good option as well, but in general, I don't love picking road teams. Like, so that was the only, knock against that one. But I do not expect the Cleveland Browns to win as 8-point underdogs. The Packers look amazing. Like, eventually they'll probably have a dud of a game, but it doesn't feel like this one against the Browns. All right, Den, who you got this weekend Survivor?
I am going to play the role of schoolyard bully. For the second week in a row, I am just going to follow around the New York Giants and torment them. So I'm picking the Kansas City Chiefs, who are on the road Sunday Night Football. 6.5-point favorites over the Giants. We said a lot of very not nice things about the Chiefs this week, which have all been deserved because they're 0-2. And I think they are going to take it out on the Giants. It's going to be a walloping, and it'll be the best game that Mahomes has played this year, so I'm taking the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, like that.
I feel like we need a sounder of, like, who's the bully in Billy Madison? Is it O'Doyle rules? Like that kid that's the bully? I think it's O'Doyle. It's like the family of redheads.
Oh, yeah.
David, you look like you know.
It is O'Doyle rules!
That's it. Somebody got the reference. There you go. My only question for the Chiefs is that I feel like no matter what their competition is, they play down to the level of their competition. Like, we saw this last year. They played in so many close games. So do you really want to play a team in Survivor that you feel like you might have to sweat in the fourth quarter?
If it's sweating Patrick Mahomes, I feel good about that sweat.
Yeah.
True. And I guess
it is the Giants.
You're sweating like, right, and it's like Roger Goodell's favorite child. So it's like, I think there's going to be a call. Oh, that's roughing. Did you just look at Patrick Mahomes? That's roughing the passer. That's going to be 15 yards. Because do you think that goes into the handicap for people this week? Is the fact that, like, I don't think the league wants the Chiefs to go 0-3, right?
Does for me. Come on, Raj.
Let's go, Raj.
Let me see the refs make a show of this thing. Let's go.
We're all here to see the referee show, right? So, like, more seriously, I don't think that they will need the referees. But, like, flip side, the Giants' offense at least look good. Like, Malik Neighbors down there somewhere. Even though I think he might have gotten hurt during that. I'm not sure. But still, I am just trying to, like, find sabotage factors because I think that is an important exercise when you're talking about Survivor. because like we have seen crazier things happen in the NFL. So I think it's one of those things where you want to feel good and confident. And also, if you are playing by the rules of the actual contest, you can't use the same team like any other week in the NFL. And I have not been using that strategy. Has anybody here like looked down the schedule? Has anybody been doing that? David did that last year, I think.
Yeah, I did it last year. I'm trying to adhere to those again this year, but I don't look down the schedule. I just look at matchups. And like I said, if the Saints were ever going to win a game this year, they've got one coming up against Chicago, but with a depleted San Francisco last week, I thought they had a chance, and they did have a chance last week. I mean, the game was closer than anybody thought it was going to be.
Yeah, but you don't get points for keeping it close in Survivor, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I think sometimes people try to get too cute, though. Like, when it comes to Survivor, and people are like, oh, this is the week. If there's ever a week, it's like, yeah, but then, like, what if you lose? And then, like, you'll think about, like, your great matchup that you already had penciled in for, like, week 12. Like, that's the thing. I think some people think too far down the line, and it ends up getting them eliminated.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, because if you don't get there in the first place, you know what I mean? Like, it's a tough balance. Like, I can look down the line, but if I do that too much and I take risks too early, or maybe it's a calculated risk, but if it's too much of a risk, you're not going to get there in the first place. So I would rather err on the side of caution and make sure I get there. You know, all things being equal, what happens in week 12 doesn't matter if you're eliminated in week 5.
Yeah, this is like me cooking for my family on Thanksgiving. Now is not the time to try new recipes. We are
Right.
keeping it simple, and we are doing the things that I have cooked before. We're not getting cute with things. So, like, that's how I feel like with Survivor, is that, like, we're not getting cute. Chelsea's not risking it for the biscuit. And that has usually turned out in my favor. But we'll see if we stick to the rules of, like, not using the same team ever again in a season, but we'll see if we last that long.
Yeah.
Because I feel like last year more than this year, there was way more upsets. Like, I gave you that stat about like favorites of 4.5 more points, 12-0 this year. Eventually the dogs will be barking, and eventually we will have chaos in Survivor, but hopefully this is not that week. All right, coming up next, hour 3 of the show, we'll start off with the biggest headlines, including all of our plays for Thursday Night Football. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
coffee, and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thrilled to have you with us on a Thursday, Friday Junior, as Dylan likes to call it. Coming up on the show, Thursday Night Football in Buffalo. We'll tell you the plays we like between the Bills and the Dolphins. We'll continue our preview of tonight's game with Brendan Tobin from Tobin and Leroy in Miami. That's in 20 minutes. And finally, Donkster time and our best bets at 8:40. Welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. If you'd like to do it, you can find us on ValleySportsLive.com, the Valley Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and many more. Chelsea tonight, Thursday Night Football. The Dolphins at the Bills. Lordy, the Bills are laying 12.5 points. The Bills are minus 800 on the money line. Dolphins plus 575. Your total is 49.5. Expecting perhaps a high-scoring game in Buffalo. We'll get to your props. But before we do that, do you have a side that you like? I'm having a hard time, even though I think this could be a blowout. I don't know if I want to lay a number like this.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Like double-digit favorites, especially in primetime on a short week, no matter how far the gap in the teams are, like it just doesn't feel worth playing.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are other ways to attack this. And plus, we have seen absolute dominance from Josh Allen over Miami. 37 touchdowns to only 8 interceptions in his career against the Dolphins. Then Tua has had terrible games against the Bills. 9 touchdowns to 10 picks in those games. And the Bills have won 13 of the last 14 games against Miami. So, like, any way you spin it, it does feel like the Bills do win this game. But maybe if there is a sabotage factor, it's this Bills defense that we've seen can be a little vulnerable. Now, granted, one of those games was against the Ravens, who have, like, all kinds of offensive weapons.
Yeah.
But, like, the Dolphins do have some speed, and the Bills will be missing a few guys on that defense. If you look at, like, the injuries, Matt Milano, I feel like, who is always hurt. Ed Oliver, defensive tackle, and then cornerback Teron Johnson. So, like, they'll be down a few guys to a defense that wasn't exactly stingy in the first place. So maybe you can expect the Dolphins to score some points. And I think that's why we're seeing the juice go to the over in this one. I think it just moved to minus 115 if you like the over 49.5 over at BetMGM. But as far as the side goes, I don't think this one is touchable.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way where I'm trying to come up with a plausible scenario where the Dolphins cover this number. And I don't think I really have one. And the money is going in Buffalo's direction, which is wild that we've gone from 11.5 to 12.5. But ultimately, as we always say in the NFL, double-digit spreads are double-digit spreads. And maybe this is a desperation play for Miami. I mean, Mike McDaniel's on the hot seat in a big way. I believe he's the favorite right now to get fired as the first head coach fired in the NFL. And we're going to ask Brendan about this in, 15 minutes now. But the Dolphins are just a mess. Offensively, they're a mess. Tyreek Hill doesn't want to be there. Mike McDaniel looks like the blood has been sucked out of his body over the past, like he's had a slow bloodletting over the past year. There's just nothing going right for Miami, and they have to face this high-powered Bills offense. I think the only way they keep this within the number is that we see a shootout and the Dolphins somehow, with the speed that they have on offense, are able to take advantage of a Bills defense which isn't necessarily that fast and take advantage of 2 of their better players being out.
I was waiting for more morgue puns where, clearly Jenks is a big fan of true crime. But it's a little dramatic, but not that dramatic for how bad we've seen the Dolphins be in these past 2 games. Because, like, the vibes have never been lower, it feels like. And sometimes when I look at, like, these stats between two teams over like set 5 years, you're like, oh, well, those were different teams. Yeah, these stats are bad for the Dolphins in these, and some of those were better Dolphins teams.
Yeah.
So, like, the team is even worse now. So, like, I think those stats still kind of go in your favor. But as far as ways to bet on this game, I do think props are the way to go. Like, a very easy starting point for me is that if you think it's going to be a blowout, you look at the quote-unquote losing side and you say, okay, what receiver is going to pile up the yards in garbage time? So for me, it's Devon Achane. Like, he has been their best player on the field thus far. And, like, people who play fantasy football will tell you this because despite playing on the Dolphins, he has had great fantasy football outputs. So his receiving prop today is 37.5. I think that's where I'm going to go because I know he's a running back, but the way that they use him as a Swiss Army knife, and plus he had 10 targets last game. That was the most on the team. So I'm looking for guys that get the targets, who are going to get the opportunity to pile up the yards. And plus 37.5 feels like a very low number. If you say to yourself, oh, he's a running back and a receiver, why wouldn't you play running a rush plus receiving? It's 96.5. So that is a very high number. There's a chance he gets it because he had some really high outputs in both of these games. But I think receiving is the way I'm going to go with Devon Achane.
I mean, I don't hate that at all. I think whether it's Tyreek, whether it's Devon Achane, I think both of those are good plays. And I like Tyreek Hill, honestly, and his over, which I believe his receiving total is set at now 64.5. That's gone down a little bit. I'm actually liking that bet even more. I would go on the other side there because, look, we've mentioned it throughout the show, but the Bills' defense is going to be weakened because they don't have two of their better players in there in Milano and Oliver. They're not particularly a fast defense, and if the Dolphins are playing from behind, which I think they will be, then they're going to have to get it to their speed merchants in Achane and Tyreek Hill. And Tyreek Hill should be motivated. He does not want to be in Miami. So getting 64.5 for a guy who I think they'll get the ball to in space, I think is very gettable. I don't know if I would go to his receptions prop, which is set at 5 and a hook, because he could get 5 and still go over his yardage total just because, he has that sort of breakaway ability. But last week, he easily surpassed this number against the Patriots. If you look at last year in Buffalo, that was the last time he played the Bills, and he caught 5 passes for 80 yards. I think we see something similar tonight for a guy who doesn't want to be there and for a guy who is auditioning for a return to Kansas City. So I'd go over for Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, I think both those are solid plays. And, obviously, the other correlating play is that if you think Tua has to throw the ball a lot, his yardage prop, I think, is 233.5. But the problem is, Tua's had some games where he's turned into a pumpkin. Like, the first game of the season, I think he had 115 yards passing. Not great. But at least last game, he at least got his ish together at least a little bit and was actually connecting with guys.
Yeah.
So I think a way to play this as well is, Jenks, I love, alt parlays. And if you're doing same-game parlays, I feel like these are a couple good legs. So Devon Achane, 25-plus receiving yards. Tyreek Hill, 50-plus. You combine those, it's minus 115.
Okay.
I like both of those. Because I think there is no way that both those guys are not involved in the game.
Oh,
so, you are dumbing down the numbers that the book thinks are going to hit, and that's the way you play it. So you can add some other things. On the Bills side of the equation, I think James Cook is kind of in store for a big night, just based on the matchup. Because through 2 games, the Dolphins are giving up the most fantasy points to opposing running backs, and they're the 25th ranked defense against the run. And plus, think about it. Game script matters. If you think this is a blowout, the Bills are going to be running the football. Yeah. But the problem is, sabotage factor is that the Bills have some other mouths to feed when it comes to the backfield. Sometimes they give the ball to Ray Davis. Obviously, Josh Allen's going to run the ball a little bit. But 68.5 yards, I think, is gettable for James Cook. If you want to throw in 50-plus in that alt parlay, I think that's a good one as well. But I think that's how you play games that you think are blowouts. You play it from a props perspective and say, here's the game script and here are the correlating pieces that go to it.
So how much do you look at game script or what you think is going to happen when you're placing these prop bets? Because for me, game script is sort of everything, right? It's like the foundation. This is how I think the game is going to go. I might not necessarily bet on a total here, but this is how I think it's going to play out. And based on that, then I go into the prop market.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, that's why I go with receivers on the losing side, because one would think that they're going to be playing from behind. And then the problem is, if you're playing props for the quote unquote winning side, we see this. Like, they're not going to try to, like, run fancy plays with Josh Allen if they're up 21 points, you know? And that's the sabotage factor for James Cook tonight, is that they're not going to just, like, make more wear and tear on his tires, you know, for nothing. They have other guys they can give the ball to. So, like, be careful if you're playing carries for James Cook tonight, because there are other guys that can give the ball. If this was a normal game, I think I'd look at some Bills receivers. And here's the thing. The Bills are so good that there is a chance that, like, several of these guys go off and they get these props in the first half. Like Dalton Kincaid, Keon Coleman. If you want to play either of those guys, I'm not going to go against you, because Keon Coleman's kind of been a little bit all over the place. Like, one game he had a great game. The other game he was kind of quiet. So it just kind of depends on what you expect from him. But last year he was really good. Dalton Kincaid, same goes for him. And plus, the Dolphins have been really bad at defending tight end. So Dalton Kincaid could be in for a big spot here. The problem is he hasn't had a ton of targets. So, like, I don't like going for the guys who don't have, like, a ton of targets. Like, his high end potential is like 4 catches for like 45 yards. I could be wrong here.
Right.
But he's pretty dependable, and he has a rapport with Josh Allen that is pretty good. So I don't know how I feel about, like, Bills props, but I do like the losing side when I start with my handicap.
Yeah, I think I might go over Josh Allen's passing yardage prop. I just don't think this Dolphins defense is any good. They have a whole new secondary from last year. They're awful at stopping the pass so far. I think he could absolutely go off tonight. The only thing that does worry me is James Cook, because, look, they don't want to put it on the shoulders of Josh Allen if they don't have to, right? Like, ideally, you don't have to play hero ball. But then again, that's kind of what the Bills do. He just tends to take over. And is Tua going to do anything tonight? That's one guy I would stay away from. Like, I have no idea from week to week what Tua Tagovailoa is going to do. When you heard his quote, heaping praise upon Josh Allen, did that make you change your view of him, or at least your view going into this game?
No, it was all facts. Like, he wasn't wrong. Yeah. And here's the thing. Like, when it comes to props, a guy can be terrible and still go over his passing yardage prop. And the same goes for the flip side. A guy can be amazing and not go over his passing yardage prop. So, like, look at last game. Josh Allen finished with 148 yards passing. That game was a blowout. So, like, when you see a game with a similar game script, like, that feels like you would go more off that number as opposed to the game against the Ravens. That was extremely back and forth. He had 394 passing yards in that game. So, like, be careful with passing yardage props, especially for a quarterback if you think the game is going to be a blowout.
Yeah, I think that's really good advice. Now, I'm trying to find a way. I want to get creative here with a parlay. I just want to have some fun tonight and maybe put in the Bills as part of this, but they're minus 900. I mean, I can't really find a way to do that. That is, I might go to the WNBA because, look, the Bills are going to win this game. I'll be happy to come back and eat crow tomorrow if the Dolphins find a way, but all of the trends are telling you Josh Allen is 13-2 all-time against the Dolphins. The Bills have won 13 of their last 14 against the Dolphins. So the question really isn't, is Buffalo going to win? It's if they are going to cover. So I'm still working on that as we speak. I'll probably get creative and have some fun on this Thursday. Any other props you like? Because I know you have a ton of bets on the card.
Ooh, I kind of want to make a same-game parlay, like if we're doing that. So I'm going to do those alt numbers. And then, so should I throw in a Bills, like, spread bet that's, like, alternate? Because here's the thing. I don't think, like, if a bet is, like, minus 900, there's really no point to put in a parlay. Because what are you knocking off, 5 cents? There's a bug on me. So let's see if we added minus 2.5. What is that? Minus 540? Oh, you can't even combine that. God. I'm just trying to make a same-game parlay. That's the worst when they're like, you cannot combine those legs. But I don't know. I feel like there's not really any way to play this. Yeah, I don't know. I will say this. I am grateful when games feel like they're over by halftime, because then I feel like I can go to bed. So maybe, just maybe, Jenks, us, you know, early to bedders can put on our nightcap and get our sleepy time tea and be in bed by halftime.
Well, considering it's the Dolphins and Bills, this definitely has the makings of a blowout, right? Like, are you going to be stunned to watch the Bills just run it up on the Dolphins, and then all of a sudden we wake up tomorrow and Mike McDaniel's fired? It could happen. I mean, it could absolutely happen. I feel like he is coaching for his job, or they at least need a decent performance. I don't think they win this game, but if they keep it close and they show some signs of life, then maybe He just looks like he's at the end of his rope. I mean, what did he say after last week's loss to the Patriots? We ran that soundbite. He was like, "Oh, well, you know, if you're not winning, then you're losing, you know."
Yeah, we know.
And I'm like, well,
but
this guy's had it. He's done.
I will say this. In the NFL, like, there's always a wild upset, and, like, we haven't had any so far. Like I said, favorites at 4.5 points or more are 12-0 straight up. Jenks, some chaos will come in the NFL at some point. I don't think it's tonight, but, hey, it's the NFL.
Yeah, you never know. Coming up next on the show, let's continue previewing tonight's game. We're going to bring in Brendan Tobin from Tobin and Leroy in Miami. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us on a Thursday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, what is going on with the Dolphins, and can they put up a fight tonight in Buffalo? We're going to ask Brendan Tobin from Tobin and Leroy in just moments. He covers a team down in Miami. Are you going to bet on this game on a side? You're not, right? Like, it's just props for you? I feel like that's where it's going to be for me.
Yeah. And that's normally how I bet anyway.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Like, NFL sides are one of the sharpest things in all of sports. Like, when it comes to betting, these are the sharpest lines of just about any sports just because of the handle that the sports books get. So, like, these are the hardest bets. So why would I try to go head-to-head against the sports books in, like, their best game? So, no thank you.
Right. Well, especially when, not that it necessarily matters that it's Thursday Night Football, but with so many bets coming in, those lines need to be sharp, and they always are. Like, I'm with you. It wouldn't be surprised. And it's such a dead number, too. Like 12.5 is kind of out there in the nebulous. And yet it wouldn't be surprising to me if there's a 12-point difference tonight or a 13-point difference or something like that. The books are just so good, and they get better as the season goes on. What is going to happen tonight in Buffalo, Highmark Stadium? A divisional battle. Let's find out and bring in Brendan Tobin, co-host of Tobin and Leroy, Monday through Friday from 2 to 4 p.m. on YouTube. Also, host of Game Day Uncensored, 4 hours before every Dolphins kickoff as well. Brendan, good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. And what has gone wrong for this team and Mike McDaniel? Because it feels like just a couple years ago, Miami was on the up and up, and there were a lot of things to like, and things feel like now, bit by bit, they've fallen apart.
I mean, can I just blanket it with everything has gone wrong for them?
Yeah. Yes.
There really hasn't. There's nothing that's gone right for them. And honestly, it all kind of stems back to the last time they had a Thursday matchup with the Bills last year after Tua, unnecessarily goes into Damar Hamlin and gets concussed. It really feels like everything is really unraveled from there because they didn't have a backup quarterback. They went into a complete hole and really haven't been able to dig their way out since. But I do think that everybody went into this season hopeful that they could plug some of the holes. You knew the ones that were obvious that were going to be there at like cornerback and tight end, but you were hopeful they were going to revamp the offensive line. Well, half of it's gone. You were hopeful that you were going to have a newly, infused, youthful defensive line. Well, they've gotten off to a very slow start. And so basically anything that could go wrong has gone wrong on top of all the drama that's surrounding them.
Yeah, I feel like we don't have to rehash like all of the negatives too much because people like are not out there thinking, oh, the Dolphins are a good team, right? Nobody's thinking that. And also when you have like the head-to-head numbers of the Bills against the Dolphins, like it's been pure domination. The Bills winning 13 of their last 14. But we know the NFL has the most parity of just about any sport. And sometimes we see chaos, and this is a big number. So let's dig deep and try to find some positives for the Dolphins. If you are looking at that side of the equation, what could possibly go right for the Dolphins tonight? Do you say, hey, at least this game shouldn't, have snow in it? At least the Bills defense has proven to be like beatable in some cases. They're missing a few guys on their defense. What are the positives for the Dolphins? How could this possibly be a competitive game?
Well, if I was going to put on my optimistic hat and try and make that happen, which you've already put the record out there, which doesn't happen very much against the Bills. I think Josh Allen's only losses are like a last-second, clock running out and a missed open receiver in the end zone when he was a rookie. So let's just play in fantasy land. If they were going to make it close, I think the best way is probably for this to be a shootout. They did show some life offensively last week. They did get off the canvas after getting down 2 touchdowns to the Patriots, and seemed like they had found their old bread and butter of getting the ball outside to their explosive receivers. Waddle, Tyreek had a good game together. It felt like that had been ages. Tyreek had his first 30-plus yard gain in over a year. And Devon Achane's been really good through 2 games. He's really probably been the lone standout out of everybody. Like he just comes and he produces. He's to his new safety blanket now that Jonnu Smith is gone. He's almost actually more of a receiver than a running back. And he's always just that safety valve, and he's very hard to stop. He's gotten better every single year. He runs very physical, even for a small running back when he gets the ball in space. So he's been very, very impressive. You're not going to get anything out of the tight ends. The Darren Waller experiment is probably going to run out in about 48 hours. They're going to just pull the plug on that, I'd imagine. As far as a secret weapon that they've been loving, it's Malik Washington. We saw what he did last week on the punt return, and he has also turned a lot of eyes. I do think that as the season goes on, and especially even if they do move on from Tyreek, you're going to see even more from number 6 on the Miami Dolphins. And so if I were to play it like that, is there a way it keeps up? I think that it has to be on a keeping up offensively, just because the thing that's been probably the more disappointing thing with this team is their defense has just been awful. I think it's 13 out of 15 drives. They've given up points this year. And with all the firepower they thought they had in their pass rushing room, it just really hasn't been the case. They have a lot of young guys next to Zach Sealer, who got a big contract this year. And they haven't been able to really stop the run. So I'm worried about them being able to get the likes of James Cook and Josh Allen off the field. But I do think the offense showed some life yesterday, and I do think McDaniel knows he's kind of pull out all the stops in a game like this, because his job could very much be on the line tonight.
Brendan, I was going to ask you about that. Is this season salvageable for Mike McDaniel? Does he have to have a win tonight to keep his job?
Yeah, I think that, does he get fired if it's competitive? Exactly, no. But I think, the only way it feels like it turns around is if they win tonight. And so, that's the only thing that's going to make you have any sign of life. You win tonight, you get to rest for 10 days before you got a Monday night matchup against the Jets, which, could be with a backup quarterback. So you'd feel like, okay, we can get out of the darkness here. We can get out of the hole. So it's not necessarily that he has to beat the Bills just because that's the mandate. It's just the math of it. You need something to just get this fan base off your back. Last week, guys, the fan base came in as angry as I've seen. And it just the first drive that stalled out, they were ready to boo in the building. I can't remember the building being that hostile in a long, long time. Certainly not in a week 2 game. So, yeah, I would say that just to get everybody off his back, he needs the win. If they keep it competitive, will he necessarily be fired tomorrow morning? No, I think that only happens in a blowout. But if he's going to actually keep this thing and his Dolphins career is going to continue, yeah, he needs to be able to show that he can beat the team. 6 straight losses to the Bills.
Ugh. Do people have faith in this franchise? Because I think it's one thing to have a down season. I think people understand you're not going to win the Super Bowl every year, and that's fine. But it's another thing to feel like you don't have any hope for the future. I'm speaking as a Titans fan. I know that feeling, and it's not a good one. Do people believe in this front office?
No. Absolutely not. No, they don't believe in Chris Greer. He is, and he's kept his job for a while. He's been in the organization for 20. He's been running the show for about 7 now, and he just has a propensity to draft injured guys and let his good picks walk out because he likes to go make blockbuster trades. But those burn out, and there's nothing left in the cupboard. And so, no, the answer is they don't have faith in the front office. I think the ownership is running a little thin on patience because they didn't open up the checkbook. Stephen Ross does spend a lot of money, and he wasn't even going to do that this offseason. He wasn't going to reconstruct contracts. He wasn't going to do any of that stuff, particularly with Tua's deal. And so I think that the faith is very much at empty. Now, look, Chris Greer has been around for 20 years in a Dolphins organization that's been inept and hasn't won a playoff game in 25 years. So does that guarantee that he's going to get fired? I have to see to believe. But the fan base is absolutely rats off a ship on him.
Brendan, I know you mentioned Tyreek Hill earlier. It feels like he's auditioning maybe for the Chiefs tonight, but I can't imagine him staying with Miami throughout the season. What do you think happens with Tyreek?
Yeah, I feel like I've been wrong on this a lot because I thought he was going to get traded right after the season, and they keep publicly keeping him around, and all we keep getting is more drama, whether it be with his teammates or whether it be in his personal life off the field, and he's still sticking around. And it feels to me very much like Chris Greer is just banking on, I need this guy to have 3 big games in a row, and I can get at least a second rounder for him. I can get something that is palatable, and I think that's just where they're at. Is like they know that they're up against it. Everybody knows that he's going to blow up. He's already had 2 fits on the sidelines this year, rightfully so. By the way, he was missed wide open by Tua, but I think that that's just what they're waiting on. They came out right after that last year. They're like, well, we know if we trade him, everyone's going to know we're going to have to trade him, and what are we going to get for him? And that's just what it feels like. They're just hoping that he can string a good enough amount of games together that the return is going to be something that they can feel good about, you know? And I just don't think it's that right now, because I think everybody knows Tyreek is pretty toxic right now, and that they could probably get him on the Chiefs skis, and you can't even look like you're taking more of a loss on this. So I still think, he's not – I would be surprised if he ended the year with the Miami Dolphins, but I have been saying that since January because I didn't think he was going to start the season with the Miami Dolphins. And they've been very steadfast, and they got a great relationship with Drew Rosenhaus, his owner. Like, he's almost like the shadow GM of the Dolphins in a lot of ways. So that, I think, has some influence on it. But, I would be pretty stunned if he sticks around here, especially if the season keeps going poorly.
Right. I know we had you come on to talk about the Dolphins, but, like, how about something not depressing? Can we talk about Miami football for a second? Because the Hurricanes look pretty good. What's your early read on this team? Are they for real?
I actually do think this team is for real. You said you're a Titans fan, and I know you like Cam Ward's getting knocked around right now. That guy was pulling miracles about this time last year. Like, just everything, you're just like, wow, this guy is a magician with how he's able to do it. But this team is so much more complete. It actually has a defense. They got a new defense coordinator, and Corey Heatherman, and Ruben Bain on that defensive line is playing like one of the best players in the country. He played last year injured, and so he's come back with a huge vengeance this year. I think he knows that the buzz will be there in the NFL draft for him. So the fact that that side of the football just looks more complete, yes. I think everybody was worried about how is Carson Beck going to look. He looks fantastic. He looks happy. He's got all these guys on the same page. He's got young, really impressive receivers. Malachi Toney, 17 years old. He's, putting up big numbers every single game. Joshua Moore last game, he pulled the Randy Moss, 2 catches, 2 touchdowns. And then they got veterans in C.J. Daniels, who's just like coming up with highlight reel catch after highlight reel catch. And I think that was the big worry. It's like, hey, they lost their top 7 receiving targets last year and their quarterback. Can they really replenish that? Seems like they have. Seems like their running game's even better. So, look, there'll probably be some stupid ACC game that Mario Cristobal will blow, and I'll be, fuming. But, no, for right now, I think that, look, they took out Notre Dame, got everybody riding high. They had a game last week against everybody's little darling, upset darling in South Florida. They throttled them. Like, they didn't belong on the same field. They beat them worse than they beat Bethune-Cookman. They got Florida coming in this week. Billy Napier probably in the line of coaching for his job. I think they feel very good about smoking them. And then, the big challenge is probably going to start when they get to Florida State. Rivalry game on the road, big time challenge coming their way. But I think this team feels as complete as any Mario team has been. The line is just full of just absolute monsters. They're all like 6'8", 300 pounds. It's just a matter of like, hey, will he have one of those Mario Cristobal signature moments that's below it? And you're hopeful that's no, that they've overcome that with talent. But this does seem as complete a Miami Hurricanes team in his years here that he's ever had. So I get burned on this every year, and I'm not going to say that the whole blank is back thing, because that always just blows up my face. But they look very much as complete as they've been.
Check him out as co-host of Tobin and Leroy, Monday through Friday, 2 to 4 in the East on YouTube. Also host of Game Day Uncensored, 4 hours before every Dolphins kickoff. It is Brendan Tobin. Brendan, we appreciate the time this morning.
Yep, thanks, guys. Take care.
You bet. Man, tell you what, I'm glad you pivoted to the U, because that Dolphins talk, tell you what, I was about to take some antidepressants there.
Right? Like, the name of their show is Uncensored, and I feel like that's how, like, some people, like, maybe they should be censored on some of their thoughts on the Dolphins. But who knows? Like, we see turnarounds all the time in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it could change. Like, how many years ago was it the Dolphins or the Broncos who gave up, like, 50-some points? Do you remember that? There was, like, an early season game where I forget who it was.
Yeah.
And the Dolphins scored all those points.
Yeah.
And people were like, oh, my God, the Dolphins offense is unstoppable. And then they went to the postseason and there was snow, and they're like, whoa, it's cold.
You're not going to believe it. These guys are stoppable. They're very stoppable in the cold. I remember that. That's a good call. I mean, Miami's record away from home in cold weather is atrocious. I should look that up. Coming up next on the show, always good to be closer to the weekend, especially with our favorite wagers ready to go. That's on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network when we come back.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It's a Thursday. Friday Junior. I don't know why that's getting to me. Thank you, Dylan, for that. Coming up on the show, Best Bets. Ben Sweat's on the way after us. We'll talk with the doctor as well. Chelsea, what's going on with you today? I'm going straight to the eye doctor after this. I got all sorts of issues. I never like going to the eye doctor. I got to check in there, and then I got bit. I don't know if you can see my chest a little red right here, but I got bit by, I think, a spider in 2 areas on my chest, and I'm kind of worried about this thing swelling up. So if that gets worse, I'm going to have to go to, like, the ER or something. I think I'm okay. I think it's just kind of, like, settling. But, you know, I got to work it out today. I need to get to Friday. That's what I need.
You need like a combo deal. Like you need to go like see a doctor and be like, hey, do you have like a special where we can like do a couple things at once? Like just drive me through like those oil change places where it's like, change the windshield wipers and my oil. I don't think that I have been to the eye doctor ever.
What?
Ever? I don't think I've ever been to an eye doctor.
Never.
I've never had any issues. And it's not one of those things, you don't get checkups on your eyes, do you?
Yeah.
Or I haven't been.
Like, just your vision checked? You must have amazing vision. I mean, my vision has definitely changed. I can still see pretty well close, but I still need reading glasses to see, like, really tiny print. But I went to a doctor and said, hey, can you do surgery on my eyes? Is there something to improve my vision? I don't really want to wear glasses. And they're like, your vision isn't bad enough. And I was like, oh, like you need reading glasses, but that's about it. Your vision's okay. I was like, oh, okay. But, Denton says, this was Dylan. Says this was just like him until 3 months ago. His wife made him go. And he has 20/15 vision, of course. Amazing vision.
That's what
this guy
I'm
could
saying.
Be a sharpshooter. Incredible.
I feel like of all the like senses or whatever, like I feel like you know if something's wrong with your eyes, right?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, I've just got whatever. I have to get an injection or whatever. I just have like little like flare-ups in my eyes for like no reason. I think it's like stress related. Like my body's like always like crazy stressed. So I always have these different flare-ups or whatever. But I haven't been in a while. They've actually gotten better. But getting a needle in your eyelid is not great. I'll say that.
It takes a lot for me to go to the doctor. Like, I feel like I have to have like a major issue. Like, I'm not somebody who's going to the doctor all the time. And I feel like I've been really lucky because I've been pretty healthy, but I'm not somebody who's like a frequent visitor. Like I'm not getting my 7th visit free.
I would rather not go. Like I'm not someone who enjoys like, I love going to the, I hate going to the doctor. You know, so just, I mean, I know what you're saying, but sometimes, you know, if you're going to go, you got to go. At least I'm very good at picking out great doctors. That's the only, even though lovely Catherine's like, I will say, like your roster of doctors is top notch. I'm like, yeah, if I'm going to go to the doctor, like I'm not having someone mess with me who doesn't know what they're doing. Like they better be damn good because I want to get in and get out and get well. I'm not trying to have some dude that, you know, is working a potion in front of me. Like, I got you. I'm like, no, thanks. I'll pass on that.
On the contrary, didn't you have a surgery where you woke up during it?
It was eye surgery. Yeah. I had, well, this was.
What about that guy?
Well, he was actually, you have to understand, this is a very different time. This was in the early 90s. They don't even do this surgery anymore, to my knowledge. I had a radial keratotomy done. This is pre-laser surgery on your eyes. So this is when eye surgery was just becoming a thing. And so this guy was the best in the business, supposedly, in Texas. And I was like, well, I'm going to be in broadcasting. I don't want to wear glasses. And I walked up to a student and got this close to the student's face. I thought it was a friend of mine. I was like, oh, sorry. And that's when I knew, like, you got to go talk to this doctor. Everything went excellent. Surgery was fine. But, yes, I did wake up. And this is also, you know, forever ago. But I did wake up mid-surgery, and they were, like, pulling on my eye. And I remember just a few seconds, the doctor going, Michael, we don't want to move right now. And I was like, okay. And then I was back asleep again. But I remember that moment where I just became awake for a second. That was a little horrifying, but everything's fine.
Yeah, it feels like a small detail. Like a small detail that's worth
It wasn't
noting.
great. It wasn't great. Well, I did tell you about the one time when I had when I was I had back surgery. I almost had my spine fused, almost. And I decided not to do it. I ended up at the Fort Worth Brain and Spine Institute. That was a blast. Before that, I was in Austin, and this guy who was about to retire, and now I know why, was like, well, you probably need to get your spine fused. I call it a life ender. I mean, if it works, great. Yeah. He's like, if not, you can't sit, you can't eat, you can't sleep, you can't have sex, can't do anything. I was like, then no. Then the answer is no.
Yeah,
why are you telling me this? Yeah, I'm going to leave now. Like, no. That was definitely my worst experience. So I think that's probably what traumatized me. And I'm like, never again. Only the best doctors. Only the best for you guys. That's why Bet Sweats is next. Joe O, Sammy P, previewing Thursday Night Football as well. They'll look at some dogs that are barking this weekend. Evan Silva from EstablishTheRun.com is along at 10:20. And now we have a loaded card to hand your way.
Time to place your bets.
Okay, Chelsea. I see 2 bets, and I see 2 winners.
Yeah, knock on wood. Best bet of the night for me is going to be on Devon Achane, running back for the Miami Dolphins, but over his receiving prop. Listen, he was targeted like a receiver last week, had the most targets on the team with 10 and hauled in 92 receiving yards. So you get a low number on him tonight. It's 37.5 for his receiving prop. I'm going to hit the over for -140. I feel like this is a very gettable number for one of the fastest players on the field. Like, I understand it's very easy to look at Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, but the thing is, I think that especially on a short week, those short and dumpy passes to the running back, those are gold for some of these quarterbacks who are not good at going through their progressions, and that's kind of the narrative when it comes to Tua Tagovailoa. So we know he likes throwing to his running back, and why would you not? He's a great weapon. Plus, game script matters here. I think the Dolphins are going to be playing from behind, as this 12.5-point line indicates. So we're going to go with Devon Achane to have a big night through the air tonight. So let's go over 37.5 receiving yards for Devon Achane.
Let's go. All right, I'm starting with some baseball bets, and then I'm actually getting to some prop bets. I'm not a big prop guy, but I'm doing it tonight. First, Tigers' first 5-run line. Oh, yeah. Tariq Skubal on the mound for the Tigers hosting the Guardians. Nice bounce-back spot for Skubal. You normally don't have to worry about a bad outing. He had one last time out. Okay, fine. 4 runs and 3 1/3 against Miami. But whenever I see a pitcher who has a bad outing, who is as talented as he is, I love getting him on the come up because I don't foresee 2 bad outings in a row. At home this season, 9-1, a 2.17 ERA. He has faced the Guardians twice this year. They have not touched him. 16 shutout innings for Skubal against Cleveland. Also, Tanner Bybee coming off a complete game against the White Sox. Okay, great. But only 6-6 with a 5.42 ERA when pitching on the road this season. Tigers' first 5-run line, -160, juicy, but you get arguably the best pitcher in the game.
I do like that one. I almost added it to the card, but I was like, I already got 2 bets. I better slow down. But I do like it.
All right. What else you got?
All right, one more bet. I forgot I had another one. I was like, it's your turn, Jenks. All right, so this is a same game like alt leg parlay because I think both of these are solid angles by themselves. James Cook to rush for 50+ yards and Tyreek Hill to have 50+ receiving yards. I think Tyreek Hill is way more involved in this game. Like, they got to keep him happy. And plus, Dolphins playing from behind. Why would they not use Tyreek Hill? Then you look at the other side of the coin, and James Cook, I think, has a big game in this one. The matchup is great. The Dolphins giving up the most fantasy points to opposing running backs through 2 weeks of the season, and they have the 25th ranked run defense. The reason I'm playing him an alt line in this game is because it could be a blowout, and maybe, they're feeding other hands behind the line of scrimmage. But James Cook just had a huge game in the last one, ran for 132 yards in a blowout game against the Jets. So we're going to do that. Those two combined get you -115. James Cook, 50+ rush. Tyreek Hill, 50+ receiving, -115.
All right. I got to make these quick. I will blow through these. Here we go. Yankees' first 5-run line, -154. Yanks and O's today. Max Fried taking on Cade Povich. Cade Povich, 1-4 with a 5.68 ERA at home. This game is at night. 1-6, a 6.55 ERA. Yanks have won 4 straight with Fried on the mound. They are the number 1 first 5 team in baseball. Yankees first 5-run line, -154. Brewers -1 or on the run line, taking on the Angels. Yusei Kikuchi taking on Quinn Priester. The Brewers have won 18 straight games with Priester on the mound. They win again tonight. Roll with the Brewers. Also, Josh Allen, over 230 passing yards at -128. Had 394 against the Ravens, 148 against the Jets. But he averages 267 in his career against the Dolphins. The Dolphins are awful. They allow quarterbacks to complete passes at a rate of 78.5%, worst mark in the NFL. And finally, Tyreek Hill, over 50 receiving yards, plus Aces money line, minus 120. Going to be a huge game for Tyreek against a slow Bills defense, and the Aces back at home after having that 17-game winning streak snapped. They have to have a win tonight against the Storm. They do. You put those together, it is minus 120. Okay, Donkster, get on in here because we got to get to Sammy P.
This cancel culture is out of control. I post a picture wearing my sweet number 32 jersey and everyone loses their minds.
Well, Donkster, Magic Johnson's a legend. I don't see what the big deal is.
It was my special O.J. Simpson jersey.
Oh, well, that's a problem.
He's the juice.
No, he's also a murderer. Do you have a pick?
I do. Marlins at Rockies over 10.5.
Okay. Coming up next to Bet Sweats, more Thursday Night Football and the always dapper Sammy P getting ready to hand out some bets and teach fifth graders. What's going on?
Why does the grade always change? It goes from fourth to second to fifth. I need stability in that.
I know.
You can do it all.
I mean, just have Sammy go from class to class, sharing his knowledge with everybody.
I will say, though, I'm glad you brought up fourth, fifth, second grade, whatever. The way these kids do math now blows my mind. They don't do the tables like we used to. They do math in a very, very strange way. Have you seen this?
Oh, yeah. I've
Depends
heard about
on
this.
the state.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't it always, right?
There's a name for it. We in the South are the bottom of the barrel. So, I don't know if we're doing the same thing as, you guys. But there's a name for it, and it is very weird. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we used to do flashcards and things like that, and now they're drawing lines and crossing boxes. I'm like, this is dumb.
Hey, who's talking with numbers now? It's us. Huh? It's us. All right. Sammy P, you look sharp as always. Have a great show with Joe O. We're out of time on this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, I'm Jinx. Good luck on your bets, and have a great Thursday. We will see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
but I am warming to the Cleveland Browns. I'm warming to the Carolina Panthers. I'm warming to pure NFL weekend filth. Ugly dogs that haven't been great, that nobody wants to bet. And I have a stat for you. I came prepared with a stat. Week 3 underdogs that are 0-2 ATS coming into that third week are 62-39 ATS. That is 61%.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the biggest sample size? No, but it's over 100 games. 62-39 ATS. And guess who checks that box tonight? The Miami Dolphins. Can we get there? I guess we'll find out today.
Yeah, we will. Full breakdown coming up in 20 minutes. It's funny. We were complaining on Friday about how it's been all favorites. Dogs aren't coming through. Happens over the weekend, as expected. No real big surprises again. And as the week goes on, here we are again. Once you get to Thursday, Friday, we're like, all right, here we go. It's time. It would be the worst if, let's say, and don't get it twisted, we don't give out all underdogs. It's just we end up shading, looking for value. The bets that a lot of people don't want to make, if we see value there, we're going to end up making them. Yeah, like a play I gave out yesterday, it's a favorite. A game that you've been talking a lot about this week. It's a 3-point favorite. So we're not all underdogs, but the dogs have had a rough time. And we side on that side of the ledger, I guess, more times than not. So that's why that dirty dog segment is going to be interesting. It's basically looking at the board. What do old school guys say? The bets that are hardest to make are usually the easiest to cash. Is that how the old saying goes, Sammy?
Yeah, it's very accurate. Well, I have some nasty, downright filthy bets in the NFL. The one that I think I'm overthinking, and I'd like to not, maybe you can help me get here over the next 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Are the Bears really going to beat the Cowboys? I saw something yesterday, and this has happened now multiple times going back to spring camp or early camp or whatever they call it these days. Not OTAs, before OTAs. Ben Johnson was saying that they couldn't break the huddle in Chicago. So he comes out yesterday and says, our practice habits are not championship caliber. Okay, we're saying this again. There's a purpose for that, right? Why would you come out and say that? Then you look at the injury report. Jalen Johnson, not practicing, out. Grady Jarrett on the front, D-line, not practicing. Kyler Gordon, safety, not practicing. TJ Edwards, hamstring, linebacker, not practicing. How are they getting stops in this game? And I don't really want to talk about the total because we talked about it at 49 and now it's 51.
Yeah.
But is there any interest in betting Chicago? Like, these are the things I want to talk about today. Like, is it so silly to just think Dallas is going to pulverize the Bears, who don't get a pass rush to begin with, and now their best secondary guy is out, one of their best linebackers is out, Grady Jarrett's probably not going to play. How are they putting pressure on a veteran quarterback, Dak Prescott? And now it's Dak against Caleb in what should be a shootout. Who do you like, right?
Is it? Where have we seen this explosion from the Bears offense? I understand why that's where a lot of people went, and we went there too, and the total jumps up. But if you're going to play an over, like your mentality is both teams are going to do their part. Are you sure the Bears are going to do their part? Maybe you're right, because I think you're hinting at playing the Cowboys, maybe a Cowboys team total. What do we know? We know the Cowboys are going to put up points against this Bears defense. We know that. Do we know that the Bears are going to put up points on Dallas? Oh, because Russell Wilson did it? The Bears are definitely going to do it? I don't know. Is Caleb going to have moonballs like Russ? I don't trust that as much. Feels like we have a lot more trust in what the Cowboys side is. So, yeah, I think that's an interesting thought. Like maybe we should just be looking at the Cowboys side of things. Maybe it doesn't necessarily mean lay the point or whatever on the road or whatever. Take them as a dog in the money line, whatever they are right now. Doesn't necessarily mean that, but there are other ways to bet the Cowboys. If that's what you believe in the most, that team, that offense is going to be getting into the end zone.
Warming to the idea of Cowboys -1, -105 at BetMGM. Just win the game. If it lands one, fine. I'll hate it. I'll push. That would suck because I hate pushes. It's the worst. When I waste 3.5 hours of my time and then it's a tie, I don't want to say I'd almost rather lose, but I'd rather feel something. I feel nothing. I go numb when it's a tie. But I was talking to a couple guys in Vegas last night. They're like, why is this line close to a pick 'em? And I said, I don't know. Some of these lines are really bad. Go back to Monday night. Why are the Chargers only 3 in Vegas? And you watch that game and you think, why? I had a conversation with Will Hill, who I work with at Fox, and he was asking about why none of these dogs are getting home. And I brought up maybe the books are just mispricing the favorites. I mean, how many times now in 2 weeks have we looked back? I know it's easy to put on our hindsight goggles and look back in the past, but there were so many lines where a team's laying 4 and wins by 10 plus easily. And I think odds makers are responsible for some of this. They complain about all the favorites covering and winning, and then you hang bad lines, like the Chargers only laying 3 in Vegas and the Cowboys only laying 1 in Chicago. And everybody's going to bet Dallas, and Dallas probably wins. And then what's the solution? Well, we trust our numbers. Well, maybe the favorites aren't weighted enough. And maybe the top half of the league is just so much better than the bottom half.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at yesterday. Our conversation with Nate Collins is like, what is the reason for this? Is the bottom, and the bottom used to feel like 2, 3 pathetic organizations, right? Doesn't the bottom feel like, I'm just going off the top of my head, like a group of 8 teams? Like it's not 2 or 3, it's a bunch of teams. Like we know the very top is 4. And then there's another tier. But that next tier isn't that far off. That next tier is pretty damn strong. And then you compare that to the very bottom, let's say bottom quarter of the league, like very different. That's an interesting thought. Like maybe your priors are just wrong. Maybe you're not reacting quick enough. Oh, because you'll always hear from them, well, we don't want to overreact because that's what the public does. Well, maybe you need to react a little bit more. And we've seen it a lot of times where teams, we saw it with a couple of NFL teams last year, win totals of 6.5, and they're double-digit wins easily. Does that happen most years? I would say there's a big surprise, but now we're getting multiple surprises sometimes. And maybe they need to respond quicker. Oh, well, I don't want to overreact. Well, why not? You know what the public's going to bet. Why cry about like, oh, these dogs aren't getting home? Well, the line's 3 and it probably should have been 6. Like that's part of the reason they're not getting home. How many times are we seeing a team win, not cover? It feels like it's not happening a lot after a couple weeks.
Like in college basketball, March Madness, the point spread is sort of irrelevant. You just pick the team who you like to win, and usually that's the case. Oh, you like a dog plus 4.5? They're probably going to win the game. You like the favorite -7, they're probably just going to win. So a lot of people have sort of gotten to this place where in college basketball, if they like an underdog, they just take the money line.
Mm-hmm.
That hasn't worked in the NFL dating back to week 13 of last year. But parlay culture has changed a lot of the calculus. When we were coming up, when we first started betting, when we got our first bookies in Chicago, we couldn't moneyline parlay 5 favorites together. We were lucky to get a 2-teamer. But now parlay culture has changed everything because they have crammed it down our throats. Every commercial, every pregame show. Here's Matthew Berry's 4-leg parlay. Here's this parlay. Here's this parlay. And it's crept into Vegas. And these guys aren't even having fun booking bets during NFL anymore because guys are no longer coming in laying 6 points on Monday night or Thursday night or Sunday night. They're taking that favorite and wedging it with another 3 favorites, and there's no defense. There's no defense against it. And then, as was the case last Monday, all these books are praying and begging, we need the Raiders to win outright. Well, you put yourself in that spot.
100%. All right, Sam, we've got a lot of quarterback news that came down on Wednesday. We know today, here on Thursday, that's the biggest day for injuries. But we got more than expected on Wednesday, and we have to start with San Francisco. We ended the show talking about the idea of betting San Francisco -1.5 against Arizona, throwing out different reasons why. And then a few hours after the show, we hear Shanahan say, Purdy has a chance to play. A week ago, he was a long shot to play, did not play. They went on the road at New Orleans, one-score game, and now he has a shot to play. I didn't expect to hear that, but it makes sense because when the Purdy injury was first reported, it started with 2 weeks. They said 2 to 5, wide range, but now we're entering the second week. Shanahan playing games? I don't know. Sometimes he does. I would lean that he is playing games and that it's going to be Mac Jones. But Mac Jones performed fine against the Saints. 279 yards, 3 touchdowns. Remember, Purdy's dealing with a couple of things. It's a cluster injury for him. He's got the toe, he's got the shoulder, but he was out there participating in practice yesterday.
Sharpest guy I know laid Niners -1 yesterday morning, and he said it doesn't matter who's a quarterback for San Fran. And I thought, okay, it does matter. Why are you saying that? And his response was, it's Spencer Rattler going on the road against Robert Saleh's defense. And I said, oh, okay, got it. I went to this point where he was saying there's not a drop-off between Purdy and Mac Jones. And he said, no. He said, but I'll lay anything under 3. And here's what's going to happen. If we see good news from San Francisco today on the Purdy side of things, this line is going right to 3. So if you're gambling on it, look, I bet some 2.5 last night, -105. I'll be completely honest with you. I know we give lightning bets at the end of the show, but anything sub 3, even if it's Mac Jones, I'm cool. You look at some of the advanced metrics and Rattler and what he's going to do against this pressure and this solid defense, it's probably going to be ugly, Joe. But if Purdy's in, we get good news Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This line's not 2.5, it's 4.5. But if somebody's telling me I like it no matter what, up to 3, even with Mac, how do you not pocket a little -2.5, just gamble? If Purdy doesn't go, you still have a sub 3 favorite that's probably going to win against one of the worst rosters in football.
And with the Cardinals, the secondary is beat up already. They walked out of their last game with a couple of injuries. And I mentioned it a couple times yesterday. I'm not buying into Arizona. You can tell me about 2-0 and that they're a favorite to make the playoffs. Not buying it. Congratulations on your nice start. You played 2 of those bottom teams that we were talking about in New Orleans and Carolina, and you were outgained in both games. You were lucky to hang on last week against the Panthers as they had 3 consecutive touchdown drives against you. Bryce Young threw for the most passing yards he's thrown in his entire career against you. So I'm not buying anything Arizona. I'd say it's a side note, but Zach Taylor, he's not eliminating the possibility of Burrow returning at some point. That just sounds to me like, yeah, we said 3 months and we meant it, but if we're done, if we're out of the playoff race, he's not coming back. But if we're in there, if we're in the running for the division, a playoff spot, maybe there is a chance that we see Burrow come December.
Ooh, all right, that'd be good for my fantasy team. But guess who I picked up yesterday? Jared Goff was on the waiver wire. Give me that. Give me all of that. Burrow to the IR. Goff, QB1 for your boy.
There you go. Jaden Daniels did not participate in practice yesterday. Quinn is saying that he will practice on Friday at the earliest. So if he goes, not going to be today. They're looking at Friday.
One quick baseball note. We don't do a lot of baseball. The Mets are trying to give it away. They lose again last night. But the D-backs, in 11. They lose in 11 innings last night.
We're going to find a way to squeeze in some baseball today because a couple nuggets that we want to get to. Thursday Night Football next. This is BetSweat's BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetSweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
Gets by the punter. Down the sideline. Malik Washington to the house. Touchdown, Miami. 74 yards.
Paul wants a thought on Thursday Night Football. I don't have a thought on Thursday Night Football. I'll be honest.
The Dolphins stink?
Yeah,
Is that
the
a thought?
Dolphins suck. And the Bills are awesome.
Look at that move by Cook. And it's still going. James Cook to the end zone for a touchdown and a brilliant run.
Still checks out. Yep, still does. Bills, Dolphins tonight. My God, I see BetMGM this morning. We're sitting at 12.5. And if you go to some other books, are they already knocking on 13? How high is this number going to get? Plenty of 11.5s available also this morning in the marketplace. Total 49.5 over at BetMGM. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. Yep, we're going to do our best to try and get you amped, get you excited, maybe find a betting angle for Thursday Night Football. Sam, I do have to admit, though, like as I've seen some people in the betting content space kind of put out their plays for tonight, maybe it's because it's how I feel, but I do get the sense that a lot of people are forcing stuff. Like, do you really feel strong about this? Or because it's an island game, because the bosses are saying, hey, we need a pick for Thursday Night Football, they're deciding to put that out there. Do you get that same sense when you start to see some of these gotta play props that are out there tonight?
People want action, for sure.
Yeah.
They do. Look, for me, it's either Dolphins or pass. I don't love the Dolphins. As I said off the top, I hate the Dolphins tonight, but that's the side for me. It's either Dolphins or pass, and maybe I pass. We have 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. I just can't sit here and bet the obvious. So the obvious is a Buffalo blowout. It's funny because earlier in the week, let's get some thoughts on Thursday night. Well, the Dolphins stink. Well, if I say that early in the week, everybody's going to think it by Thursday. You see some of these Vegas books come down 11.5, though. Circa, Superbook, South Point, they're off the 12, down to 11.5. Other books are 12, 12.5. I see an offshore at 13. So it really hasn't settled yet. Your consensus price is probably, let's call it 12 with a total of 50. I mean, Buffalo's going to win. Buffalo's probably a decent survivor leg if you haven't already burned them.
Mm-hmm.
Miami just needs to show me that they actually care, because effort is a lot. And the one hesitation that I have in this game is that the team is just ready to wave the white towel on McDaniel. I've said this for a while. I think that's going to blow up. I think the locker room will combust. And if they want to get him fired, they could just lie down on the train tracks and get ran over. That has to come into your thought process coming into this game.
That was one of my first thoughts this morning about this contest. Okay. Bills start 3-0. Another route. Dolphins start 0-3. Non-competitive week 1. They hung around against the Patriots. Offense decided to show up. They still lose. Let's say they get trucked tonight. Extra long week to prepare. Is he fired?
Could be.
Like I'm saying,
why not?
I'm saying tomorrow. Yeah, I'm saying tomorrow morning.
If they lose 38-0, he's fired.
Yeah, I think so. And they probably came into the season with that idea. So, yeah, you're saying Dolphins are nothing. Look, I'm not laying 12, 13 points at this point in the season for Thursday Night Football. No, I'm not interested in doing that. Some trends people might find interesting. How does Miami perform there in the division? Play there every year? Poorly. Josh Allen versus Tua? Bad for Miami. We talked about how Tua had a good record against New England. That didn't come to fruition last week. But you look at Buffalo, 8-1 with Josh Allen going up against Tua. Last 8 times Miami's gone there, they've lost. Bills have won 6 in a row against the Dolphins. Bills have won 13 of 14 straight up against the Dolphins. So that would lead a lot of people into the idea of playing them in Survivor, which we will get to coming up in about 15 minutes, whether or not this is the best option on the board for you. A week that has a decent amount of pretty good favorites coming up. Evan Abrams put this out there. And I thought it was interesting. I don't think it's actionable. Maybe some people will. If you look at the 3 highest point spreads that Mike McDaniel has had in his tenure with Miami, 3 highest: at Buffalo, at Buffalo, at Buffalo. This will be one of the highest. This is probably going to settle in as the second highest point spread as a dog that he's seen. If we go over those numbers, 2024, last year, at Buffalo, 6.5-point dog. They lose by 3. 2022, 7-point dog. They lose by 3. 2022, 7-point dog. No, I'm sorry, 14-point dog. Double it, 14-point dog. Sam, what do you think they lost by?
They probably covered.
3. They lost by 3. The 3 highest point spreads he's had as a dog, all at Buffalo, all 3 games, they've lost by 3. I'm not telling you it's going to happen a 4th time. I'm just pointing out when they were expected to lose in Buffalo, they have hung around. Were they better versions of Miami? Absolutely. 2 of those 3 examples, the point spread was nearly cut in half. But the offense did have a little bit of life last week, and they have a history of hanging around. I know straight up they haven't won there in many, many years, but they've been competitive in about half of the games.
They will need explosive plays on offense. That's been their issue. So I found this list of big plays through week 2. And what they chronicle a big play as, it's either a rush of 10 plus or a pass of 20 plus. The Ravens lead the league with 19. Okay, there's your context. The Dolphins have 8. Only 8 in 2 weeks. The only teams that are worse than Miami in terms of explosive plays are Cleveland, Tennessee, Cincinnati. That's it. This used to be an explosive offense. They used to get huge chunks on the ground, and then you'd hit home runs down the field. They have 3 explosive runs and 5 explosive passes. Only 8. Again, the only teams that are worse are Cleveland, Tennessee, Cincinnati. That has to change tonight if they're going to keep this close.
All right, injury report for tonight. It is certainly noteworthy. Sometimes with the short week, any guys that are iffy, they're not going to go. A number of starters already out for this game. On the Buffalo side, defensive tackle Ed Oliver out. Linebacker Matt Milano out. Their nickel Teron Johnson questionable. So we'll probably find out about Johnson 90 minutes before kickoff. On the Miami side, starting cornerback Storm Duck is out. One of their starting safeties is out. Darren Waller is out. Defensive tackle Benito Jones is listed as questionable. Here's why I will not be betting on Miami. When you look at the injuries that they have, half of the secondary declared out. It's a bad secondary for the Dolphins to begin with. Now you've got half of your starters out, and you're going on the road to face Josh Allen. Probably the best quarterback in the world, definitely a top 2 quarterback in the world. That doesn't sound like a great recipe for success. And, now you add in these injuries, they're going to be starting 3 to 4 rookies. Thursday Night Football on the road against Josh Allen. It could be name your score. That's what it just could be. If they're going full throttle and if they want to score 50, I think against this secondary, the Bills can score 50. So that's for me. That's why I'm not going to be on the Miami side. I just think they're going to give up $1 million. Maybe I should be looking at the total, but is that Miami offense going to show up? That's the big question.
If they quit, forget it. We just don't know. I was looking at a couple things. I was wondering last night, what's the price on Allen to score a touchdown? Oh, it's minus 150, BetMGM. Oh, it's minus 160, minus 170 at other books. Woof. For a quarterback to score a touchdown, minus 150, that's him crossing the goal line, not him throwing a touchdown. Him crossing the goal line, minus 150, minus 160, minus 170. then you go, all right, well, if he's minus 150 at BetMGM, what's James Cook? Oh, he's minus 165. Oh, great. So they've zapped the value out of those, to which somebody will just parlay them both at plus 180. Oh, Cook to score, Allen to score, plus 180. Ah, that's the bet. Bang. Is HN even money kind of doing anything for you? Because it is for me. Him to score a touchdown, even money.
Gets all those touches, so many targets. Okay, let's play out the game script. We expect them to be trailing. That's not a shocker. So what's going to happen? He's going to be open in the flat, and the Bills are going to give that to him. If you want to go receptions, I want to say he had maybe 8 last week. He had a handful. That's where most of his yardage came. Not on the ground, but through the air. That would make sense to me. Like, he'll be out there. If it's a blowout, will Tyreek be out there? I'm not sure. We don't know about that one. But anything Achane, I'm okay with. I understand where you're coming from. On the Bills side of things, for the props, they're always so difficult. Like, you look in week 1. Hey, maybe Keon Coleman's going to be the dude this year. Did you see that week 1 that he had? How about it? 3 catches, 26 yards last week against the Jets. Oh, what about Shakur? That's the target hog. You know, you line up Shakur in the slot. That's kind of Allen's go-to guy. He was last year. And then, look, he went to him 6 times in week 1. 1 catch for 12 yards last week. The Bills feel like they're impossible to figure out in the prop market. Unless you're betting Cook, unless you're betting Josh Allen. When it comes to the receivers, they're tough to figure out who's going to be involved week to week.
So you don't have to bet it, or you just buy low. No. You zig when they zag. If somebody only had 1 catch the week before, odds are good they probably get this person more involved. But that's the brilliance of this Joe Brady offense. They can hit you in so many different directions. And then on 3rd and 6, when you're expecting a pass, that quarterback comes barreling at you like a cannonball. Good luck tackling that in the open field. It's such a versatile offense. And I think a lot of people incorrectly look at the lack of star power at receiver and think it's not an efficient offense. And it's one of the most efficient in the league. Top 3 in almost every important category last year in terms of efficiency. They may not have Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Puka Nacua, but they have a damn good quarterback and a damn good coordinator. They share the sugar better than maybe any team outside of Baltimore. Baltimore is another tough team to figure out. Where's it going? Well, you know Henry's going to touch it, but in the receiver room, who's getting the targets? Is it Zay Flowers? Is it Bateman? Is it Mark Andrews? The best offenses are the ones that are versatile, and that's what the Buffalo Bills are. Total is coming down in the game, by the way, in Vegas. So this opened 50, and I see some 49.5s offshore, mostly 50. But, you know, if Buffalo's up big, which I think a lot of people expect, they just run the ball. They run the ball in the 3rd and 4th quarter. So I could warm to the idea. I already mentioned it's Dolphins or pass on the point spread. And I'm not saying bet the Dolphins, and I love the Dolphins, but I'm in 2 buckets. I'm in a Miami ATS bucket or an under 50 bucket. Just thinking that Miami's going to have a hard time and Buffalo's going to just call the dogs off in the second half. I don't think Buffalo needs to score 60 points in this game. Like, what's the point? You got bigger fish to fry. This team stinks. You can knock them out in the second quarter and then just run the ball the entire second half.
Josh Allen's passing yard prop 234 in the hook. If he wants to, he will pass that easily. If he wants to. Is the game script going to be there? That's the question. Passing yards down across the league, but Josh Allen is an exception to the rule. One receiver that did stand out to me, not technically a receiver. Dalton Kincaid. It feels like now that he's healthy, that they're going to him more and more. The receiving yards prop is 31.5. He's cleared that in both weeks. He led the way in targets last week. He had 6 targets. I could see them going to him. And week 1, Tyler Warren, good game against this Dolphins defense. 7 catches, 76 yards. Hooper and Henry involved in the Patriots offense last week. So it's not like the Dolphins are going to shut down the tight end position. if I'm looking for a player prop, I would look to Kincaid. 31.5. That's probably too low for him.
Okay. And I like Achane to score, even money.
Okay.
If James Cook's minus 160, Achane should not be plus 100, even money.
Yep. That makes sense to me. That's Sammy P. I'm Joe O. Coming up on the other side, we will talk some Survivor. Hey, by the way, we are on X. So you can watch us there, bet_sweats over on X. You've got the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network.
Ohio State still going to be the number one team in the country for me. They did struggle with Ohio, but that win over Texas, how good the defenses look. Julian Sayin has looked very good. I will still put them in the number one spot, and they are the favorites to win the national championship at BetMGM at plus 550. LSU right now has the best resume in college football with the road win at Clemson, home win against Florida. Their defenses looked fantastic. Offense isn't quite as great as I thought it would be up to this point, with how good their defenses looked and the 2 wins that they have. I'll put LSU at number 2. Folks, Miami's a top 3 team in college football. And if you just don't believe that, you're not watching the Canes closely enough. Both lines of scrimmage, they are elite. O-line, D-line, terrific. Carson Beck's look very good. Playmakers all over the field, man. Their running backs, wide receiver core is very, very good. I just worry about Mario Cristobal. It's why I would never bet Miami to win the national championship because of him and what he does in-game management type things, but his team is loaded, and they are good enough to beat any team in college football on any given day. I'll put Georgia at number 4 at plus 600. We all wanted to see what Georgia would look like finally against a good team, and their offense and Gunnar Stockton answered the bell. He was really, really good. I would expect Georgia's defense throughout the season, because they're coached by Kirby Smart, to continue to get better and better. But offense was their big question mark. I thought Gunnar Stockton played great. I'll put Georgia at number 4. Penn State has played absolutely nobody to start the season, and they have been very underwhelming. I've kept them at number 2 the last couple weeks, but now I got to drop them to number 5. They're on a bye this week, and then they get Oregon in 2 weeks. Obviously, we'll reevaluate and what they look like in that game.
They still got a shot, though. They're not dead yet. That's the Clemson Tigers. I bet this at 17. Looks like it's up to 17.5. I still like it against Cuse. I think they're going to beat Syracuse by 21 points. Syracuse, not the same team that they were year one for Fran Brown. Steve Angeli's been decent, completing over 60% of his passes, 8 touchdowns, 2 picks. But Clemson's 1-2, and they're desperate. And today, I don't know if you guys saw this, Dabo was at the podium and he started just spinning out at a press conference saying if you want him gone, buy him out, but he's a winner. He'll go to a beach and continue to win or some nonsense. I have no idea. But this team is talented. I mean, there's a reason why they were priced plus 110 to win the ACC. They bring back a lot of guys that were on the team that made the playoff last year. The issue has been their offensive line. They're not getting much push. But last week, they were actually pretty solid. They finally got the ground game going despite the loss to Georgia Tech. And they've been struggling in pass protection, but they were actually able to protect Cade Klubnik a little bit. I think in a desperate spot, they're going to beat up on Syracuse, beat the hell out of them. So 17's a gift on Clemson this week. I think they moved to 2-2, and they win this game by 21.
It's another week of trying to stay alive in our survivor pools.
Survivor, man, that's like the beer bong of the contest.
Give me that thing. I'll do one. I'll do one.
We gonna do one.
We got knocked out of Survivor in week 1.
I think it's in my rules of Survivor. I think no Jaguars.
Every week, you can be done.
Survive and advance with us right now on Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM.
Been a chalky couple of weeks to start the NFL season. People are feeling good, maybe a little cocky. We'll talk about that coming up. You look across most Survivor pools, and it's 10%, maybe 10% max that are out. And that was people getting a little risky early on in the season when we apparently know very little. Well, it's been chalk heavy. The favorites are getting home. There isn't one game we could point to where we could say that knocked out a ton of people. We'll dissect everything going on week 3 Survivor. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. We are also live on X, Bet_Sweats, Bet_Sweats. Thanks for joining us if you're over there, by the way. If you are checking out the show for the first time, we are here weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, and we're on YouTube and Twitch every day on video. Audio, BetMGMNetwork.com takes you to the Odyssey app. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. With a Pro Football No Sweat token, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. So, Sam, we've got to start the conversation with tonight. You use Buffalo in one of your pools, but most people still have Buffalo available, just looking at the low ownership last week. If you look at the money line prices and some of the sharper books out there, so Buffalo, clearly the largest point spread of the week. And then we get to the second highest. We've got a couple of 7.5s out there. If you look at the gap in the money line price, Buffalo minus 8.22, $8 on the money line. The next highest price is Green Bay minus 4.21. And then we get into a couple that are in the $3 range. So what the money line price is telling us, and kind of not quite the point spread, but the money line price is telling us that Buffalo is twice as likely to win over any other team this week.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, 8.22 versus 4.21.
Wish I would have had one of my other entries still alive so I could use Buffalo this week. But no, had to get cute last week with Miami. Dumbass. Such a dumbass I am sometimes. I went Miami as a 1-point favorite in Survivor. Got cute. The only people that are out got cute. If your entry's out, you got
Way
cute.
too cute.
I got cute
Yeah.
with that one.
Yeah.
100%.
Hey, you didn't do the Saints. I saw people do the Saints.
Speaking of that, by the way, I got my wires crossed off the top. I take notes apparently very poorly late at night. I got my wires crossed. These guys in Vegas, they bet San Francisco, Seattle, and Dallas. I talked about 2 of them. And then I mentioned, obviously, Spencer Rattler going across the country to face San Francisco. We all know he's going across the country to face Seattle. So let me just stat boy myself for a second. They like San Fran, assuming Purdy's going to play, getting ahead of the move. They like Seattle -7 at home against Rattler, and they like Dallas as a very, very small favorite in Chicago. I did say, and I'll own this one. It is my fault. I'm reading my notes now, and I put Rattler traveling to San Francisco, right under New Orleans at Seattle. So that's my own fault. I will own that one and wear that one. But speaking of Seattle, Seahawks probably win, right? They probably beat the Saints, don't they? If I got guys telling me they're willing to lay 7 with Seattle.
They're taking them in Survivor. Yeah.
I'm not saying they did, but if they want to lay 7,
I am.
we should consider money line.
They took Seattle. Yeah, we should consider money line. Third highest money line price of the week. The numbers past the touchdown, which is significant. Here is what is most meaningful to me, Sam, when it comes to the idea of Seattle in Survivor. And yes, I am not a Darnold fan, but that defense in that house against Rattler, that is very enticing. Let's look at their future home games. Tampa Bay, Houston, Arizona, divisional matchup, Minnesota, Indianapolis, maybe they're really good, and the Rams. Those are the future home games for Seattle. When I pick Seattle in Survivor, I want to take them at home. This is their easiest game of the year. That's what the market is saying. That's what the schedule is telling me. There is no future value on holding on to the Seattle Seahawks. So if you are very confident that they're going to win at home this week, you should probably use them in Survivor. At least one or like a portion of your entries if you have a bunch of entries in different pools. Let me ask you this. What are you more confident in? Seattle beating New Orleans, same point spread, or Green Bay at Cleveland?
Both.
Yeah.
I don't think Cleveland's going to win. As somebody who has the Browns plus 8.5, I don't think the Browns win outright. Seattle's going to probably be the most popular play, though. And that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
As somebody who tried to avoid the great purge of week 2 and didn't take any of the public teams, I am now out in multiple entries. So I did it to myself, as I said. It looks like our guys in Chicago, Beef Loaf Chirizi, they love Seattle. Texting in real time right now. One of the guys likes Tampa. So they've got 2 entries. I'm a part of one. It's sounding like at least right now, we're going to be looking at Seattle in one, Tampa in the other.
If you're in a small pool, yeah, I like Buffalo. Of course I like Buffalo. Buffalo's the most likely team to win this week. But they have so much future value. This has me leaning not using the Bills this week. Next week, they will be the highest point spread against New Orleans. In 2 weeks, they will be the highest point spread against New England across the NFL. So they have a ton of future value. And in 2 weeks, when they're the highest point spread on the board against New England, it's not an easy board. There's not another game that is in the double-digit range. It's like going to be probably 8.5, maybe 7.5, somewhere around there, just past the touchdown, and it's going to be the biggest point spread on the board. So that's probably going to be a more challenging week, and you're going to wish you had the Buffalo Bills. So I might hold off on Buffalo because they have as much future value as any team. They're a great team. They always are a good bet to win any week, and then you give them the easy games, like, oh, man. If you have other options like we do this week with 3 games of point spreads that are at least a touchdown, maybe you save Buffalo if you haven't used them yet. We talked about Buffalo, Green Bay, Seattle. I agree with them on Seattle. I mean, right now, that's my favorite play, and it will be most popular, but that's okay because it might be your only opportunity where you feel comfortable taking Seattle. Next highest point spread is Tampa Bay laying a touchdown against Tyrod and the Jets. $3 on the money line. What do we think about the Bucs going 3-0?
I don't hate Seattle or Tampa. And as I told you, in the league with Beef and Chirizi, I'm more of a sub. They can do whatever they want with me. They can just pick. I trust them. They won the Rich People League last year, your pool. So
Yes.
They know what they're doing. I basically just say, sure, pick whoever you want. 'Cause
Thumbs
they're
up
good.
emoji.
They don't even overthink it like I do. I'm like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take Miami in week 2. So, and you famously said on this show you would hate to be my survivor partner. Understood. Seattle, Tampa probably both get there. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Tampa lost. I wouldn't. I would be surprised if Spencer Rattler went into Seattle and beat the 12th man. I would. That would legit surprise me. I would not see that coming. I could see the NFL is so weird, or at least it used to be with upsets. Like, could the Jets beat Tampa? Unlikely, but yes, I don't think the Saints are going to win. So let me flip this on you then. I'm in the many losers pool. The Kelly and Murray, where I have to pick the loser every week. And
Yeah.
there's only 127 people left. I'm still alive in that one because I haven't gotten cute yet. So I knocked out Tennessee in week 1, Chicago in week 2. I have Miami keyed right now in week 3. So I need Miami to lose. Should I do Miami or New Orleans? I feel like I can save New Orleans, right?
I would rather use Miami.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to leave that. So I'm going to do Miami. So now I can no longer use Tennessee, Chicago, Miami. I'm going to keep that. I like that. I'm better at picking the loser than picking the winner, it turns out.
I'm in one of those too. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if you used them last week, and we can look at it the other way in regular Survivor too, because I'm in one of those pools. Did you think about the Giants hosting the Chiefs with an 0-2 record? The Chiefs are desperate for a win. Gotta win. History tells us if they don't win, they're not making the playoffs. Okay, it's the Chiefs. Maybe it's a different story. But you can't start 0-3.
Did not even think about putting the Giants on there in my losers pool. Did not even think about it.
And I get it, because I'm not even thinking about putting the Chiefs in there. Why would I? We didn't get to it
For Survivor.
earlier.
Yeah, you're talking Survivor. I'm talking losing Survivor. Same thing, same concept.
It's the same thing, right? Yeah, we're talking about KC, guaranteed win. I don't want to use KC when they're still this beat up, but Worthy, I think he got some limited action in yesterday on Wednesday. We'll learn more today. But yeah, you look at it, you think, they're not losing, right? Like the Chiefs, could you imagine if we're on the air on Monday and we're coming off Sunday Night Football, Chiefs are 0-3. I mean, it could happen, I guess, but I just don't see it.
Now I want them to lose.
Yeah.
Because I'm not putting the Chiefs in Survivor or the Giants in losing Survivor. But now, damn it, no, I can't say that because 2 days ago, you and I were building Chiefs playoff parlays with the Ravens to win the North. There's so many things going on right now.
It doesn't matter what we want. Like, the opposite is going to happen, probably, the way this season's going.
Seattle's a good Survivor league. Seattle's probably good.
It's the best. I'm not interested in Atlanta at Carolina. I'm definitely not interested in Baltimore against Detroit. Seattle's the best leg, and it's by far your best opportunity to use them on the year. Joe, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats coming up on the other side. College football angles, Evan Silva coming up at 10:20 Eastern. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
How can we help?
Hey guys, man. I took an L, man, because of Pacheco. Bad. That was a bad beat. I lost by 2 points. I should have taken Ramondre or even Samson there. I would have won. But oh well. Let's move on. And so in my other league, in the 2-quarterback league, I lost Burrow. So I'm trying to replace him now. I have Kyler Murray and Aaron Rodgers right now. But I got a trade offer from the person who has a first waiver, he's gonna pick up Browning, and he's offering me Browning for Jalen Warren. You think I should take that, or should I just wait and sit and see how maybe I could get a Carson Wentz? I don't know how it's gonna go in the waivers, but I'm hoping on that. But should I take that trade, or should I just sit on my roster for now?
I would not take that trade because you're in a two-quarterback format, and you already have two starting quarterbacks. You got Kyler Murray, and you have Aaron Rodgers. So right now, I mean, more injuries could come. The injury imp is always lurking in fantasy land. Quarterbacks have been under the gun. I mean, they've been feast on lower appendages left, right. The head of Justin Fields last week. So I would make that deal, Warren for Browning. It's a fair offer. To be frank, to be honest with you. But I would stand pat with what you have and, maybe throw a few bucks or decent waiver position on Carson Wentz because it's going to be the starter for the next 2 to 4 weeks. Horvat, your thoughts?
Yep, completely agree, man. Buy low on a guy like Wentz, who, like you said, is most likely going to be the starter for up to 4 weeks. And you don't want to trade away a starting running back. And right now, that's what Jalen Warren is. He's going to catch balls. And right now, he's running back one in that offense. So I'm holding on to him.
Yeah, and he really does not have any competition either. Again, Caleb Johnson can't see the damn field. He may not see a single snap this week, and Kenneth Gainwell is an afterthought as a second fiddle in an offense. It's all Jalen Warren all the time, and a guy that can beat you in myriad ways, a supreme pass catcher. Yeah, I'd hold off instead of making that deal there for Jake Browning. Good luck to you there, Mike in Miami, and tough beat, to say the least, last week, losing by 2. Based on our advice, which we said start Isaiah Pacheco, but dims to breaks. In fantasy football. And as I always say, fade the noise. Do the opposite of what I say, and chances are you're going to reap major benefit. All right.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Buddy Elvin Silva coming up in about 20 minutes, talk some National Football League. We'll do some fantasy football as well. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you, and let's take a look at the college football card. It's one of these weeks, Sam, where there isn't one game or two games that is clearly above every other game, at least in my world. Maybe for you, that is the case. I kind of think there is one game. Well, let's start there. Anyways, I was going to go there, so why the hell not? How about this move on Indiana? Like, you are in a trick spot. You've got the world pumping up your school. Your Illini in football, something you haven't seen a lot in your life. Like, oh, all this noise. I mean, top 10 team. How high are we going to go? Let's talk Altmaier, Heisman. Like, this is ridiculous. It's going way too far. And you've pointed that out with point spreads this season early on, that you just disagreed with the number. And now here we sit. They're a 6-point dog. The money keeps jumping up. At one point, was it yesterday? Wasn't it down to 3.5? Where money was coming in on the other side, and now it's 6.
It was 3.5 early in the week, Monday or Tuesday. Since then, though, it's been bet up. I see a couple places 6.5 now. I don't know that we get to 7, but I don't know anything about this line. I mean, I'll be completely honest with you. I have them about equal on a neutral. I have Illinois like a point better, and home field at Indiana touchdown. But maybe I'm just wrong. And I'm conservative on my pricing of Illinois. Like, I'm not ridiculous. I don't have them as a top 15 team in the country. Indiana's going to try and run the ball, though. Indiana's running for about 300 yards per game. Granted, have they played the best teams? No. But that's what they're going to try and do. And they can also get to the quarterback. And Illinois' offensive line has been very, very leaky at times. When you see a number that's so far off from your number, and then it keeps moving in the opposite direction, it just tells me my number's wrong on Illinois. Like, maybe I'm too high. But it has me in a pretzel because I was happy to take Duke a couple weeks ago, getting the 3, and Duke was a disaster. Duke turned the ball over 5 times. Illinois kicked the hole in the wall in the second half. It just never looked back. I'm so perplexed by this one because my numbers say that I should take Illinois, but I also don't like Illinois. It's a wild position I find myself in. I would like to, since we have them both here, we have an Illinois guy in Jake, a real Illinois guy in Jake, and a real Indiana guy in Brian Gertch. I'm curious to know how they both feel about this one. Maybe they can help paint the picture. Jake, getting 6 points. Are you betting Illinois plus 6 or what?
Plus 6, I think I have to. Like, I was with friend of the show, Isaac Trotter, on Sunday, and we were talking about this game, and he's like, no, it's going to be 3. It might even be inside of 3. And I said, I agree, that's probably what it should be, but I don't think that's what it's going to be. And then we looked, and sure enough, it was 5.5 at the time, and we both almost fell out of our chairs. I couldn't believe it. So as much as I think Illinois is getting overhyped and there is a very high and narrow pedestal being built for Illinois to stand on, I think 6 is way too much. That's kind of crazy.
Gertch is adding in, Joe. 6 is crazy. No way. He's not going to lay 6. So the Illinois guy wants to take the 6. The Indiana guy wants no part of laying 6, which means Indiana is going to win by 14. That's what's going to happen.
But let's provide some context. It doesn't matter the opponent. It doesn't matter the point spread. Gertch will never, ever say bet Indiana, right?
Winless. Conference winless.
He has them going 0-9 in conference play.
They're getting steamed like the market has the paper on Sunday morning. That's how they're betting Indiana this week.
Mm-hmm. I know. It's fascinating. If it gets to 7, then are you in?
I'd take 7 for sure. I'd take 7. But they're betting this. The way this is being bet is Indiana rolls. And I'm not saying I agree. I'm being very clear. I have not made a single bet on this game.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're a pure power rating person, I would think you would lean into Illinois catching 6.5. I mean, home field at Indiana is probably worth about 4. So they're saying on a neutral, Indiana's 2 points better, 2.5 points better. I don't know that. I don't know. It's a line I just don't feel good about. And again, my numbers could be off. My numbers are off all the time because you have to catch up. I mean, you have your priors. You have your preseason numbers. And then you watch 3 games, and it's not like Illinois played anybody good yet. I mean, they played Western Illinois and Western Michigan and Duke. Now, Indiana hasn't played anybody either. I mean, Indiana's played Indiana State, and who did they beat 77-0? I can't even remember. Who was that? Indiana State, maybe? I mean, they haven't been tested either. Neither team has been tested. So you're trying to move power ratings. Here we go. Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, Indiana State. Woo! So you're trying to adjust power ratings when both teams really haven't played anybody. Now, Illinois does have a nice road win at Duke. That's a nicer win than anything Indiana has, because Indiana hasn't even left Bloomington yet.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think Indiana's 3 points better, give or take, on a neutral field. So that's where I'm coming from. But you also see Indiana get bet from 3.5 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 6.5, and you think, what the hell, man? What the hell?
Yep. When I see moves like that with teams like this, like my first thought is there some sort of information out there? Or it's just, following the money where that's at, it just becomes an avalanche. I don't know. It's worth noting. It's probably going to come the other way, to your point. It's probably not going to get to 7. It's going to come the other way at some point. Is this peak? It might be. We might be sitting here on Saturday and looking at it and saying, man, that was the top of the market right there on Thursday morning. All right, let's keep things rolling here. We talked some college football plays for this weekend. I want to talk about Miami and Florida. This number is the Canes favored by 7.5. On one side, you've got Miami getting a little respect. Sammy, you say not enough, and I certainly understand where you're coming from. This is a squad that scored 94 points in the last 2 weeks. 94, I repeat. Your guy Carson Beck in the running at the top 2 for the Heisman Trophy. All this South Florida love a week ago. It was an odd scenario with the long delay in that game. Just a beatdown. 49-12. Public in on South Florida, and Miami shows once again we're here and we're for real. And on the other side, you've got Florida. This is the exact same point spread for them, plus 7.5 that it was a week ago at LSU. Now they have to go to Miami. In the Miami game, Lagway is coming off a 5-pick performance. This offense has been putrid. Yes, a lot of it was Lagway last week, but they scored 10 points on LSU. Week before that, they scored only 16 against South Florida. As I've looked at this 7.5 all week, I'm like, why is it just sitting there at 7.5? It is so difficult to back Florida at this point.
They got the money last week, and it didn't come home. Mm-hmm. Probably should have, considering they lost 20-10 and the quarterback had 5 picks. They probably should have covered. That's fair to say. And I didn't bet LSU or Florida. But when a team loses by 10, catching 8, 7.5, 7, 6.5, and so on, when your quarterback has 5 turnovers, Florida was probably the right side, considering they held LSU to 20. Didn't get there. That same faction of people that supported Florida last week are holding this thing at 7.5. Does it change your handicap that the shirtless wonder has Miami best bet this week?
You got to warn me if you're going to do that.
Okay,
it's his best bet?
I believe so, yes.
The shirtless wonder. Miami's the best bet. I worry for you. I worry for your Beck ticket. I worry for your Miami championship.
No, no. You're saying outright now? Oh, no.
I don't know.
What have I done?
I don't know.
Look, Florida's defense could keep this interesting. My concern with betting Florida is that Mario's team is legit loaded on both lines, both offense and defensive lines. They also, Miami has the ability to just turn Florida's lights out for recruiting purposes. They are not, if they have the chance for recruiting, they're going to try and blow this team out. They just did it to South Florida. Not that anybody's going to try and pick between USF and Miami, but there are recruits right now in the great state of Florida on the fence between Florida and Miami. And you bet your ass they're going to be locked in.
Get ready to.
What are your thoughts on Auburn? What kind of matchup are the Sooners in for?
I've never been a big Jackson Arnold fan, I'll be honest with you. And of course, see him now where he started his college career. I'm not interested in the dog. And I'm a dog player, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
This line just sitting sub 7, though, is crazy. You know, it hasn't quite gotten there. We're 6.5, and it's held steady. I have a feeling that Oklahoma is going to be in the room tomorrow. Oklahoma minus 6.5. So I'm not going to lay this point spread. But I was coming to this idea where, hey, why don't we just take our two teams that we have the quarterbacks? Why don't we parlay Oklahoma and parlay Miami? Just money line. Is that the worst idea? Miami to win, Oklahoma to win is minus 110. Just win.
Oh.
I like that a lot.
Yeah,
I like that a lot.
I do too. Yeah, I mean, that was a betting angle for Mateer, too. Like, I expect them to win this game. Win this game, take care of next week, and then you'll have plenty of opportunities to impress in front of the rest of the country. So I agreed with that idea weeks ago. So why not agree with it right now? Just need Miami. Lagway off a 5 INT performance. How's that going to change things? Like, are they going to try and dial it back with him, not put him in that position? They won't be able to keep up with Miami. So, yeah, Miami should win, and I don't really care who's on that game. Yeah. Notre Dame, 0-2 on the season. They're laying 25.5 against Purdue. 25.5 in South Bend. If there is any sign of trouble early in this game, the Boo Birds are going to be there, man. There is a lot of heat. It's might be wild to some, but trust me, there's a lot of heat on Freeman right now. He's sitting 0-2 after making the championship a year ago. Tough opponents, close losses, could easily be sitting 2-0, but they're not. They probably have to win out to make the playoffs, and he's making some internal changes. He's going to get more involved in some things, right?
It's difficult for me to lay this number with a team that has shown me a bunch of defensive issues. Now, the counter to that would be, well, they played Miami and A&M. Now you play Purdue, but I like Barry Odom a lot. And I know it's going to take him time to kind of get his thing going in West Lafayette. But you've seen this number, Joe, come down. I mean, this thing on the open was near 28. And now we're 25.5. BetMGM has 25.5. I see 25s. There's been an appetite to bet Purdue. You had an opportunity to go to this game, and you're not going. That should speak volumes, right?
Yes. Yeah, I'm not interested. I think
listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Thursday night football coming your way. Not the most exciting game, but we've got a full Week 3 slate to get you set for here in the National Football League. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, you've got Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We'll take a look at some dirty dogs, some bets that are very difficult to push the button on coming up in about 20 minutes. Right now, Evan Silva from Establish the Run joining us, establishtheRun.com, at Evan Silva over on X. And Evan, just a couple of weeks in, some of these skill position players relatively healthy. We're not talking about these high-end receivers, running backs going down to injuries, but instead we're talking about quarterbacks. You have definite backups: Cincinnati, Minnesota, New York Jets, and maybe the backup in San Francisco once again, maybe the backup in Washington. So how do you process all of this, whether we're talking about betting sides, totals, props, fantasy football? How do these quarterback injuries impact everything that you do?
Yeah, we've had a pretty clean sheet at wide receiver, running back, and tight end so far, but quarterback obviously is the most important position in all of pro sports, and the quarterback affects everything. And what I try to do is I just try to look at each situation on a case-by-case basis. We have a decent sample size of Jake Browning having filled in for Joe Burrow from 2023. In Minnesota, we have a situation where the running back went down as well, Aaron Jones, and Carson Wentz is going to take over for J.J. McCarthy. I think they're just going to go really, really run heavy, leaning on Jordan Mason. With the Jets, like, the offense really isn't going to change a ton going from Justin Fields to Tyrod Taylor, because Tyrod Taylor is also a dual threat. But again, they're going to try to run the ball with a lot of volume. That's what they want to do in the first place. They got a good offensive line. They got Breece Hall. They got Braylon Allen. They got Isaiah Davis. So I just try to take each situation on a case-by-case basis.
I thought I was really sharp, Evan, when I stashed away Jordan Addison in my draft, late in the draft, mind you, not like top 8 rounds, but I stashed him knowing full well he's suspended and I will add him to the mix. And now I'm thinking, you idiot, what are you, why are you getting so cute taking Jordan Addison and stashing him? Now I got to deal with that And I don't know that that's the best move in the world. But I wanted to ask about one of the teams that Minnesota's played, and that's Chicago, a team that you're close to, obviously. We know Rams is allergic to building a pass rush. And now all these guys at linebacker and in the secondary are ending up on the injury report. How do you not just look at guys that are playing Chicago every week and just tee off, whether you're doing daily stuff or waiver wire?
That's just absolutely what you do. I think that the Bears might have the worst defense in the NFL when all is said and done in 2025. I mean, you can't rush the passer. You don't have any individual. Montez Sweat is not the guy that Ryan Poles paid him to be. You don't have dangerous individual pass rushers, and you just lost your best cornerback, Jalen Johnson. I don't know, the people on the radio here sound like he might be done for the season. And Kyler Gordon hasn't been healthy. TJ Edwards, he has an aggravation. Like, I think the Bears might have the worst defense in the NFL this year, and they certainly looked like it last week against Detroit. The first two NFC Offensive Players of the Week, J.J. McCarthy and Jared Goff, both played against the Bears. Can we bet on NFC Offensive Player of the Week? Because I want Dak Prescott or CeeDee Lamb.
That's a good call. We can do passing leader,
that.
receiving leader. We can go that route because those wouldn't be bad ideas. Oh man, it's going from bad to worse here. But yeah, with those injuries, you might be right. Just at the start of the season, the whole secondary going down. The total way up in that game, and you can certainly understand already up to 51. And I don't know that they're going to stop there, even though 51 is considered one of the key numbers.
I think you hit it now. I think you got to hit it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
You still go 51?
Yeah, because Dallas has a bad defense too. I mean, I'm sure that Matt Eberflus is going to be pulling out all the stops. God, they kind of did him dirty going out the door here, I think, in Chicago a little bit, like making him almost look like a bad guy. He's going to pull out all the stops, but I mean, they can't. They're in a similar situation to the Bears. I mean, the Cowboys don't really have a pass rush, and their cornerbacks are getting cooked, and they're missing Deron Bland. Kyer Elam, their number 2 cornerback, has given up the most yards in the NFL through 2 weeks, and Trayvon Diggs, when targeted, has allowed a perfect passer rating on throws into his coverage. So these might be the 2 worst defenses in the NFL, Dallas and Chicago.
What have you been impressed by offensively? Is there something that we weren't talking about in the summer that you are talking about now? You could take this anywhere you want.
It's absolutely the Indianapolis Colts. 100%. The 2 guys the 2 2024 draft picks that they got to fill in for Ryan Kelly and Will Fries, the 2 offensive linemen that they let go to Minnesota. Both those guys have done really good jobs. They have a really good offensive line again in Indianapolis. Jonathan Taylor looks like the best running back in the NFL through 2 games. He hit 24 miles per hour or maybe 23 miles per hour last week on his long run. And that was the fastest time by a ball carrier since 2020. Raheem Mostert in 2020. That was a long time ago, guys, a half decade ago. Jonathan Taylor is cooking. And Daniel Jones, I mean, Shane Steichen is a really good play caller. I think it was easy to forget that because of the quarterbacks he's had to deal with over the last couple of years. He's a really good play caller. This is a really good situation for Daniel Jones. And I don't think that anybody, including myself, saw this coming. He's the number 2 overall quarterback in fantasy football through 2 weeks.
Yeah, not a lot of people saw that. We knew he was a good coach, but then maybe people were thrown off a little bit with how poor Richardson was. And then you bring in Daniel Jones into this situation and look at what you have. Sammy P with Evan Silva establish the run. Evan, at this point on a Thursday morning, when I ask about your favorite side, is there a particular game that you have circled?
Yes. I'm glad you asked. The Patriots money line over the Steelers. Oh, I see both of you guys smiling. I like that. Plus 105 as of last night. And I also like the over in that game as well. I think that's an interesting parlay. If you parlay the over in that game, which I think was 44.5 last time I looked, and Patriots money line, that's like plus 305, which that'd be a pretty nice payout. I think that the Steelers defense is cooked over there, and it's not just this season. It's going back deep into last season. The Steelers have allowed 28 points per game over the last 10 games. TJ Watt doesn't have a sack in 6 games straight. They are extremely banged up throughout the defense. Joey Porter, Deshaun Elliott, Alex Highsmith now. Their first-round pick, Derek Harmon, has not played yet. So I think that this is a good spot for Drake May, Ramondre Stevenson. Travion Henderson is going to break out at any point. And then I also think that actually Aaron Rodgers can have a pretty good game against the Patriots defense, which has not yet reached its potential. So I like the over, and I like the Patriots outright.
We have seen for years, Evan, we've seen that total on Pittsburgh open low and get bet lower just based on how good their defense was. But it took until week 3. You're not seeing that under push. You're actually seeing an over push in the market. So they're with you. They look at the stats, the metrics. I also think I was smiling because I was down on New England coming into this year. I hate to put a lot of emphasis on one game, but if they go 0-2, it's a much different season. Winning that game was huge for that development of the quarterback. And now they get Pittsburgh, Carolina. You go to Buffalo, probably lose. But then you're at the Saints, at the Titans, home against the Browns. This really opens up for New England. I was anti-New England this year. I have them to miss the playoffs. But I feel like that week 2 win was a big deal for that young team.
Sure. And just the fact that the Dolphins defense is not good either. I mean, you want to talk about one of the worst defense in the league. That's another one. But the fact that they were able to be so successful offensively, I'm with you. I think it was really big. I was actually high on New England. And then I looked at, and I thought I was going to be maybe out on a limb with that. And then I looked at the win total market before the season, and like the books were like on the Patriots to way outkick what they did last year. So I was actually not out on a limb, being a little bit high on the Patriots entering the season. I'm a big Mike Vrabel believer.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Miami, missing a couple starters in that secondary. Okay, now go visit Josh Allen. Have fun with that. That's the scenario tonight, and it is by far the largest point spread on the board. There are some sharp books that have gone up to 13 Buffalo as the heavy favorite. I'm sure they'll be used in Survivor. Any props, any guys in fantasy that you like in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, the obvious guys, obviously, Josh Allen. I would say that Devon Achane, despite the crumbling team and organization that is the Dolphins, Devon Achane deserves to be considered an obvious guy. Devon Achane, with the Dolphins projected to play from behind, the way that Devon Achane wins is in the receiving game primarily. Last year, in 2 games against Sean McDermott's defense, Devon Achane had 8 catches and 7 catches. So I think he's going to be really dynamic in the receiving game in this one. The less obvious guys are like Keon Coleman, who had a really big week 1 against the Ravens, although it primarily occurred in the fourth quarter. So, it's not necessarily something that you can fully trust, but the Dolphins are just so bad on the back end. I mean, they have one of the worst secondaries that I've ever seen. And they're without their number 1 cornerback, Storm Duck, which that's funny in and of itself that their number 1 cornerback is named Storm Duck. But he has a high ankle sprain. He won't be playing. And neither will their starting strong safety, Ifeatu Melifonwu. So I think this is a game where Keon Coleman can bounce back after a slow week 2 and, maybe a touchdown prop guy.
One more time. Ifeatu who?
Melifonwu.
See, I didn't even try it earlier. Evan, we're breaking down the game. I go, yeah, they're starting safeties out. They're missing a cornerback, Storm Duck. I didn't even try. Good on you.
We were looking at touchdown scores in the game, and Josh Allen's out to -170 to score, and you're like, damn, that's no fun. That didn't take long. Cook's -160. Achane even money isn't bad, but if you were looking for a touchdown deep dive, is there anybody on the deep end of Buffalo or maybe on the high side of Miami that you like?
Yeah, actually, yes. Ray Davis. So he got a little bit more usage. And I know that Joe Brady loves this guy. Joe Brady, the Bills offensive coordinator, he was pounding the table for them to draft Ray Davis like rounds before they wound up taking him in the 2024 draft. And this is a game where, the Bills are at home. They are favored by 2 touchdowns, I believe. Almost 2 touchdowns.
Yep, almost. Almost.
And that adds up to a game where the Bills can jump out to an early lead and feed Ray Davis. So I like Ray Davis on like showdown slates on, for DFS, and also as a deep dive touchdown bet.
Okay. Anytime touchdown for Davis, he's plus 450.
Okay.
And I know Paul Aspen is hearing that, our producer, and he's like, I'm thinking last touchdown of the game, 20-1 over at BetMGM for last.
I like betting that too. I like betting that kind of stuff too. The last touchdown, you can get some really nice odds. That's fun when that hits. I mean, you feel like a genius.
For sure.
We may have jammed some Will Shipley last touchdown bets in the playoffs last year.
For sure. And the fantasy football front, I know you're in a million leagues, but is there a particular player or two this week that you were adding to as many teams as you could?
I'm dropping Evan Ingram everywhere. He's done.
Okay.
I would say, gosh, I don't write our waiver wire article. If I wrote our waiver wire, I would know right away.
Okay.
Bashal Tutin should be owned everywhere already. How about all right. How about Taj Brooks, 6th-round rookie from Cincinnati? Chase Brown has kind of gotten off to a slow start. And I don't know, some people in the scouting community, I think, were higher on Taj Brooks than his draft position indicated. And I think that it would not be Samaje Perine. If Chase Brown were to go down or start to lose work, it would not be Samaje Perine, who's a specific type of player. Taj Brooks, I think, would be next in line for work. If I come up with somebody else, though, yes. All right, this is a decent one. Kendra Miller, who is the clear-cut Saints number 2 running back. And he should be available in a lot of leagues. Saints aren't going to be good this year, but I think that they're going to trade Alvin Kamara. I think that they are definitely going to trade Alvin Kamara, maybe to the Chiefs. Wouldn't that be fun? But yes. I think that by the end of the season, Kendra Miller will be the Saints' clear-cut lead running back.
I'm going to get him right now. Right now. You watch.
Yeah. Man, everything goes through Kamara. We know that. All right, good stuff. Evan Silva, establishtheRun.com, at Evan Silva over on X. Evan, always appreciate it. Looking forward to visiting with you again, all right?
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Evan. Good stuff there, man. Got some strong opinions, too. Bears and Cowboys might be the 2 worst defenses in the NFL, and they're going to be facing off this week at Soldier Field. Joe O, Sammy P, Dirty Dogs next. 10 toes down, top of the hour. BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Good stuff from Evan Silva. If you're in deep fantasy leagues, gave you a couple of ideas there. Strong opinions. How about New England money line? I was chuckling, not because I don't think we're in agreement with him, but he made some fair points about that Steelers defense, which we have talked about. Boy, another soft matchup for that Patriots offense. They get the Steelers defense. We didn't think it was going to be this bad at this point in the season, but you've always had the first couple weeks, you had strong opinions anti-Patriots, but I haven't heard you talk about the Patriots. That's why I was chuckling as far as that matchup goes.
He did call it. He's like, you're both smiling. And I have not one time this week said that I'm going to the Steelers well. In fact, when we did power rankings yesterday, I was selling the Steelers because, look, you come into a season and you think, all right, let's look at this Patriots schedule. I had them losing week 1. I talked about that for 3 months, and they did, and they looked bad. But then you go to Miami and you think, all right, they could lose this one. And then the Steelers defense is going to shut it down in week 3. And they could be 0-3. But they very realistically are going to be 2-1. And I hate to put a lot of stock into one win. Like, it didn't change how I feel about the young Patriots team. They're going to have some bumps and bruises. But you have such a margin for error when you, after this game, if you win against Pittsburgh and you're 2-1, then you get Carolina, come to Foxborough. You go to Buffalo, that's a loss. Then you go to New Orleans, Tennessee. You could win both. You could. I think to ask a second-year quarterback to go on the road and win 2 is not exactly easy. But let's call that a split. Then you're home against Cleveland and home against Atlanta. It's a very favorable schedule, which we always sort of knew. I mean, this is not a surprise. The schedule didn't sneak up on us. But I think that win against Miami was huge for that locker room. And huge for the morale, and Vrabel running down the sidelines with Gibson as he's taking that kick back to the house. It didn't save their season, but 1-1 and 0-2 in the NFL with a young team is night and day. And that was a very, very resilient win. They're down in the third quarter. They're down in the fourth quarter on the road with a very young offense. And to get out of there with a win was respect. Like, I respect what they did in Miami. And I think we talked about this on Monday, of course. But now you look at that Steelers team, and Jesus, I mean, what is going on defense there? I was talking about this yesterday on one of the shows that I do throughout the week. I know it's only been a 2-week sample size, but they're 29th in points and 29th in yards. And they've faced Justin Fields and Sam Darnold. Not like they faced Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, you know? So you know what McDaniel's going to do? He's going to run the ball. They're going to use those short passes in the flat to the running backs, Henderson and Stevenson, and they're going to try and put Drake May in positions to succeed. I thought it was also interesting that Evan was talking about the over in that game. But the Steelers are 2-0 to the over, so I guess it makes sense. Their defense can't stop anything, and their offensive line is a problem, big time.
A quick update on the game for tonight. You hinted at this earlier on in the show, and we saw a move about 20 minutes ago. The Sharp offshore book that a lot of people reference because they want to see what's happening with the number. Pinnacle moved from 13 to 11.5 about 20 minutes ago, joining the rest of the market. There are also 11s out there. It is Dolphins money coming in this morning here on game day, which I find quite interesting. I don't get the sense that they're just trying to get it to a specific number and then they're going to come in on the other side. Like they're betting the dog here.
Yeah, these are the sides that historically get home. We mentioned the stat off the top. When you start 0-2 ATS, these teams are generally cashing in that third week ATS. Again, not a massive sample size, but over 100 games. That's a lot. That's a lot for sample for me. You'd like to see, obviously, 100 or 1,000 in that deal, but this database has 62 and 39 ATS when teams are dogs in week 3 that are 0-2 ATS. And there's 3 of them this week, actually. The Dolphins tonight, the Broncos against the Chargers, and the Texans. The Texans play ... Texans are home against the Titans. No, that's 2 weeks from now. Texans have, I forget who the Texans have, but those are the 3 teams. Jaguars. Okay, Jacksonville. There you go. But those are the 3 teams that fit into that pocket. 0-2. They're dogs in week 3. Those teams are 61% ATS. Dolphins, Broncos, Texans this week.
I'm completely thrown off because in the Ramley thread, Paul sent the foot that was removed from the open for 10 toes down. I just can't.
I didn't look at it yet. Should I click it now?
Yeah, click it. I want to see your reaction.
I'll click it now. I have literally 20 tabs open, and I typed in Houston in my odds logic screen, and it took me to Sunday, September 28th for no reason. There's a million things going on here, if you can't already tell. All right, let me hit this. I'm hitting play right now on the Bet Sweats video. Oh, that's very loud. Oh, no, that's the foot? No, you can't use that.
Well, that's why Paul's an executive. He made that decision, that executive decision. Nope, not doing that foot. 1 foot fine.
Don't want to see those curly, nasty, red pointed toes. No, I'm good.
Gertz picking bad feet.
Oh,
okay, enough.
Come on,
Nobody
man. Needs that.
Why?
No.
You're trying to grow the video stream, not the opposite. Like people aren't going to come back ever again.
So Paul made the executive decision. He made the call because in the video that I just watched, and I'm already feeling my breakfast coming back up, you see the first pair of feet, and I'm like, oh, I recognize those feet. And then I'm scrolling. Ah! So Paul decided executively that he's just going to wipe the second set of feet. We kept the first set, but the second set got 66th.
Yeah.
I watched
or 86
twice, and
86.
both times audibly just same reaction you had. I was like, we can't do this, but we just saw them now, so that's great.
So good. We still get them to the people. I like it. All right, let's get some dirty dogs. Dogs that are tough to get to the window on. It just feels so gross. Oh, I can't bet it. Oh, yes, you can. You can do anything in life. You can bet on these underdogs, and all these favorites are getting home. When we talk dirty dogs, Sam, what's the one game that comes to mind first? Which side?
Do I have to do money line or can I do ATS?
ATS is fine.
Cleveland. It's Cleveland for me. I already bet 8.5. I despise it. It makes me want to shower. And by the way, the reason I said 66 and not 86 is because that's the executive order in Star Wars when they kill all the young Jedis. 66. Anyways, Cleveland. Cleveland to me gets home this weekend. I'm not going to say outright, but I have taken 8.5 on the Browns. What could go wrong there, Joe?
I don't mind it. I've heard a lot of sharp people that like the Browns in this spot. And I guess it's off of last week. It's a rout, and it's hard to go against Green Bay right now. So, yeah, that's a tough one. But I wonder if we'll get there on a contest tomorrow. I think we might. We might be in agreement as a show on that side as that number's going up. There's another one that jumps out to me that is going in that direction. Not as high of a number, but I certainly think it qualifies as a dirty dog. Let's fade Daniel Jones and the Colts, and let's look at the Titans. Is this not the definition of a dirty dog? It was 3.5 earlier this week. Now I see 4. Now we're touching 4.5 at some spots. I don't know how high this number is going to go. It's kind of in that den zone right now. Now that once you get past 4, like, is it going to go to 5.5? Is it going to get to 6? But bets, and I think, are difficult to pull the trigger on. Rookie quarterback, they haven't looked great in either game. Now they covered the first week, not so much last week, but they did hang around for a half. They were leading for a half against the Rams. The Colts are the talk of the NFL. As crazy as that is, Daniel Jones is and Steichen, great of a coach. And right now he's getting that steam for Coach of the Year. You understand why. Are they a great offense? Is this going to be short-lived? Nobody seems to know. But we've got a divisional home dog of more than a field goal. And I think they're a team that's going to be tough to pull the trigger on. Who popped their head in? I missed. Did you see that?
I think that's Jeff Schwartz. I don't know. Like I said, there's a million things going on right here. 6'6", 330-pound Jeff Schwartz saying peekaboo to the door. I don't know why. I'll find out during the break.
He's still pissed that they didn't cover against Northwestern. I get it.
Yeah, I know. Look, I understand the handicap on Tennessee because they have played two pretty decent defenses, right?
Oh, yeah.
You could argue top defenses in the NFL. I still don't think they're good. But you have a lot of things that fit into that wise guy window, I'll call it. You have the Colts, who people are riding high on. Colts going on the road. And the Titans are 0-2 straight up. So those are a lot of things that wise guys would look to bet. And on the ceiling of the market, I don't think the 4.5s are going to last. I don't think we're going to get to 5. You asked about pushback. I think you do get it at 4.5 on Tennessee. And I like the Colts. I'm buying stock. I'm not laying this number on the road week 3.
Man, you go from Sean Payton to McVay to Steichen. That's rough, especially when you're Callahan and he stinks. That's what makes this a dirty dog. That's what makes this the hardest bet to make.
Yep.
Anything
dirtiest
else
dog is the Giants. I mean, dirtiest dog is the Giants. If you can get there. I'm
Got
not
that
there
down, too.
yet. I'm trying to stomach only one dirty dog. And for me, as I've said all week, it's Cleveland. But another filthy, filthy dog. New York Giants, Sunday Night Football at home.
Saints got that dirty water, too. You're going to take Rattler on the road in Seattle against that defense?
Nope.
7.5? I'm not doing it either. It's tough to get there. So we gave out a couple that we, I think, could bet, could get there, and then a couple, no chance. You know, they're dirty dogs for a reason. Joe O, Sammy P, 10 toes down on the other side, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
are 10 toes down.
Are you sure?
Look into the camera and tell everybody, Femi.
We are 10 toes down.
It's time to take a stand.
We are heads up on this one.
I'm standing on business.
All these bets are action. We're 10 toes down on Bet Sweats.
You're heading into the wood chipper, my friend, but I respect you.
Oh, another one of my favorite opens. Got a lot of them throughout the week. We do this every Thursday, 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 toes down. And you had to watch the feet there just like we did. Good stuff from the production staff. I know we've got hot takes, all of us. We are taking stances. That's what we are doing, taking stances, 10 toes down. Hey, if you have a 10 toes down, why don't you leave it for us? You could leave us a voicemail message. Just go in the Odyssey app. It's betmgmnetwork.com. It takes you right to the Odyssey app. And then next to the Listen Live button, says record a message. And as Sam knows, he taught all of us last week, it doesn't automatically send unless you want it to go. You get to listen back before sending. So I would love to hear some 10 toes down from the people that we can maybe share tomorrow on the show, Sam.
I would love to play the voicemail that I left last week, but I don't think we'll ever be able to do that again because that got thrown into the trash, and then the trash got emptied, right? So it's gone forever. Damn.
Probably.
And then the landfill exploded.
Damn.
Yeah.
It was one of my finer
Jake, what
voicemails.
did you think? We know that Paul was anti, and he removed it from Earth. But what did you think, Jake? Because you also...
Joe, you were anti too.
So is it? Yeah, I was. I said it was a good decision.
I was similarly anti for what it was intended for, but as a human, flattered.
Okay. I laughed as I read it. Well, I didn't read it. I just ad-libbed it. I laughed as I did it, and then I laughed as I listened after and then hit submit. But I agree with Joe. I listened back because they give you the option. When you leave the voicemail, you're able to play it back. And then if you don't like what you said, you can re-record it and then send the finished product. I was very pleased with it, but I understand why we didn't play it. Was it that obvious that it was me, though? Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think for anybody who knows you, yes.
Correct.
Fair enough. But I agree with Joe. If we can get the crew, and by crew, I mean the Bet Sweats crew, people that listen and follow the show, if you send them in tonight, we can play some tomorrow. Why not?
Yeah, let's do it. The more the merrier here on the show. Fridays are always a lot of fun, that Friday vibe, as we go over the full card, NFL, college, good stuff. Kelly in Vegas dropping by like she always does on Friday. She was being tracked, and then that person decided to quit tracking her. Maybe we'll get to that at some point in the show today. All right, 10 toes down. Hot take. Sammy P, start us off. What you got?
The Bears are going to get blown out this weekend by Dallas. I say blowout because I think it's 10 or more. This line is Dallas -1. Early in the week, there were some picks floating around. I do see a pick at one sports book in Vegas, but most books, including BetMGM, are -1. And yes, this will be in lightning bets today, so here's a precursor to that. Chicago can't get to the quarterback and has not been able to get to the quarterback since Ryan Poles has been here. So then he gambled and traded away capital to get Montez Sweat, who also doesn't get to the quarterback. Their secondary is in shambles. And some of their best players off the line are banged up. Go look at that injury report. You're going to see multiple important guys not play. Jalen Johnson's not playing. We know that. But look at Gordon, Edwards. Like, this is a problem. And the only thing that makes me hesitate a little bit is that the Cowboys defense isn't great, but I think Dallas can come into Soldier Field and go up 14-0. And at that point, you're going to put Caleb Williams behind the 8 ball with his little sweater that he wears under his jersey and his nails painted. No, give me a break. Like, they don't even focus on the things that matter in Chicago. And Dallas's quarterback is going to do whatever he wants this weekend. So my 10 toes down is that Dallas blows the doors off the Bears in week 3.
I like Cowboys. Everybody's talking about what about a side in this game? The side that you trust is Dallas for Sammy P. All right, I'm going to jump in. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Everybody is running with this week. If you are in the sports betting space in any sense, you are running with the trend of favorites. If the line is at least 4 this year, the favorite is 12-0 straight up. They have not lost a game. Line gets to 4, forget about it. You just take the favorites. All right, let's just line up all the favorites. 4 more. Let's put a parlay together. It's going to cash because it's guaranteed. Let's go further back. This stat's been out there this week. Let's go to week 13 of last year. 90% of favorites of 4 or more are cashing. Go back to week 11 of last year. 87%. The trend still holds true. And I look at this card this week. I'm eliminating tonight's game of 11, 12, whatever number you're looking at, of Buffalo from the equation. Let's go 4+. Let's look at how many point spreads we have. 1, 2, 3. 3 have at least a touchdown. 4, 5, 6, 7 games. The numbers are getting boosted. Enough is enough. I'm not saying the trend ends with 1. I'm saying it ends with at least a couple of games this weekend. We are going to have multiple dogs of at least 4. I could see a dog of 7 winning outright this weekend. The trend stops tonight. Everybody's talking about it. And we know, Sam, this is when it usually comes to a halt. You've got Green Bay 7.5, Seattle 7.5, Tampa Bay 7. The Bucs have needed game-winning touchdown drives in the last couple minutes of each of their first couple of games, right? Maybe they could hang around. What about that Cleveland defense? Maybe they could keep it much closer against the Packers. Oh, well, the Giants have no chance of winning. Everybody's saying it. It's got to be true. There's no way the Chiefs could be 0-3. You sure? Is Worthy out there? Are they going to find explosion on offense? Because they haven't done it so far this season. How about the Lions, a 5-point dog? We talked about that Colts number. Now it's a 4, 4.5. The Falcons, a 5.5-point favorite. No. Some of these dogs are getting home this week of at least 4 or more. Enough is enough. That's my 10 toes down. At least 2 dogs of 4 points or higher are going to win outright this weekend. Paul Aspen, your turn. 10 toes down.
So I have a baseball one, but we can save that for the playoffs as we get closer to the playoffs. So we'll look at the college football ranks, and we're going to the Battle of the Blue Ridge, which is a new 10-game series between Liberty and James Madison. They're about 100 miles apart. So I mentioned this yesterday about Liberty having some positive regression coming their way between turnover luck, penalties, wiping out touchdowns, missed kicks. Looking at JMU on the other side through 2 games, 3.1 yards per play. They're third lowest in FBS. Just to hammer this point home, Joe, bring out the flashlight, put on the readers. We'll look at some box scores. So looking at Jacksonville State versus Liberty. All right. Second
Paul
drive of the
aged
game.
10 years before our very eyes.
Thank God he's got the hat on, though, too, because it'd be worse without the hat.
You look like Professor Plum.
Well, we'll see how this bet goes. But so look, second series, first offensive series against Jacksonville State, a team they were favored by 5.5 over. Should I lose the glasses?
Keep them
put them
forever.
back on. No.
Put them higher on your nose, please.
Like that?
I'm in uniform here. I can do this too. I think this is a great look. I can't pull it off though, but Paul can.
He actually can, yeah.
So as I was trying to say before I was very rudely interrupted. Look, their first offensive series against Jacksonville State. 2 plays, fumble. Later in the quarter, it's 7-7, interception. Second quarter, downs. Third quarter, missed field goal. Game gets out of hand, they lose. Jacksonville State is like a 5.5-point favorite. Last week, Bowling Green. First offensive series, 3 plays, fumble. Later in the quarter, missed field goal. 3-point game in the next quarter. Interception, fumble to their next series later. So, and it just slips away from them again. So between, they have been 5.5-point favorites. And then you look at power in these two games and they lost them outright. Not great losses by any means. But then you look at preseason power ratings between James Madison and Liberty. It's like a 4-point difference. If you look at like Brad Powers, if you look at Phil Steele, Brad has Liberty's home field as like 2.5 points. So we're basically talking about a 1.5 dog at home if you're going to stick to your priors. This number was 9.5 this morning. It's down to 8.5. So 10 toes down. The bet for this game, look, I'll be playing some money line at like plus 275 was the last price I saw. But 10 toes down, Liberty plus 3.5 at plus 168 as a home dog.
All right, we got Paul Aspen's 10 toes down. What about Jake Hassan? Go ahead, Jake.
I have two. My first one will be I'm running it back from last week. I think the Bills smash tonight. Like, I'm playing the alts 13.5, 16.5, 19.5. Like, let's just roll this all. Like, I think they absolutely destroy. The spread is already enormous, obviously, but I think we're overthinking it. And I think to the point that we were making earlier in the show, maybe the bottom of the barrel in the NFL is just so bottom of the barrel where this is just what it's going to be. So I'm going to take the Bills alts once again. And we've talked about the Bears and Cowboys game a bunch. 10 toes down, Jake Hassan will have more drinks at the Bears game than Bears receivers DJ Moore and Colston Loveland will have combined receptions.
Ooh. Boy, that Loveland pick is getting roasted a lot this week.
As it should.
Especially with everything that's happening in Indianapolis. With the tight end that probably should have gone first in the draft. Like, yeah, that Loveland, Ryan Poles, he's getting smoked, but he doesn't care. He got his contract extension. That's good. Good 10 toes down. Got good seats or what?
Oh, we're in a box, buddy. So Jake Hassan's definitely crushing the drink over.
There you go. I thought you were going to see Bears points. More drinks than Bears points.
No, that might be a tad aggressive. With this Cowboys defense, that might be pushing it a little.
Gertz, you got something?
All right, guys, we're going to stick with the Chicago Bears for my 10 toes down. Your Chicago Bears. And I am 10 toes down that the Bears will be the third team in the NFL in the last 25 years to go winless on the entire season. 0-17 for the Chicago Bears. 10 toes down.
More likely to win first.
Chicago Bears.
Bears or Indiana? Like, we're combined like 0 for 23 if we're talking about conference games?
The funniest part of the entire take, if you're not watching on video, Gertz has a Bears hat and a Bears shirt on.
Literally looks like he works for the team. Like he's doing.
I was going to bring that up next too. The irony is amazing.
Yeah, he looks like one of the equipment managers. He's about to go tape up Caleb's shoulder or something.
Tony Medlin.
All right, so 10 toes down on 0-17. I will also throw another one out there. If you don't want to go too crazy and say they're not going to win a game, you can get under 3.5 wins at plus 550 out there. So Bears, bad.
Probably a better look than betting them to go winless. But under 3.5 plus 550, I think is the true 10 toes down. Because I think you're just taking these as a bit now. I'm convinced.
I
Gertz,
don't know
just
what
sacrificing toes as a bit.
Indiana winless Big Ten, Bears winless all season.
Hey, it's rough out here for some of these fans, you know?
They're not going to be bad. Not just bad, all-time bad, everybody. The undefeated Indiana Hoosiers going winless. That was my favorite, too. After he did the Hoosiers take, what did they win? What was the score? 73-0.
73-0.
Yeah. 73-0.
They gave up 77 yards of total offense.
I can't wait for the Bulls take 10-72. I can't wait.
Can we go lower than that? 5 and
you could do whatever you want. It's your segment. It's your reputation.
They're your toes.
I'm not going to have any.
By the way, I guess mine technically
football, basketball.
9 toes down for me this week. Lost one last week.
Paul, I would like to read one more thing if I can quickly. I did see this last night, and I grabbed an instant screenshot. I know that you're south on the Phillies. You're not really sure yet. At Joe Giglio Sports, the Phillies give us something to be concerned about. A whole blog post.
Okay,
man.
so that's my other 10 toes down. Since we're here, we're doing it. All right, 10 toes down. The Phillies, the World Series favorite, are not winning the World Series. It's absurd. I will drink a bottle of Cheese Whiz on the show if they win the World Series. Okay? That is not happening.
The room is next. BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Where's the room?
Look, we could spend all this time coming up with a handicap. We could ask Evan Silva some looks that he likes, but we know the most profitable way to bet the NFL and college football after a few weeks is just going against the people, going against the room. So let's find out where the room is at for Thursday night football, the Bills and the Dolphins. I'm sure there are a lot of people kind of looking for angles. They don't really know what to do with this game because it's nearly a 2-touchdown spread, but the number coming down a little bit, down to 11 at a lot of spots, 11.5, I believe, over at BetMGM. But Paul, why don't you share with us, where is the room when it comes to tonight?
The people are certainly looking for bets. Number 5, most bet prop at BetMGM for tonight's Thursday night football game. Matt Prater over 1.5 field goals made at -135.
Come on. Oh, we got the juice. I like it. Looking for field goal
Number 4.
props. He was good last week, right? Is that what that is? That's the recency bias thing. Are they going to stop him to a field goal? He's 6 for 6 this year, 3 for 3 each game so far.
Of course. So we need to lay 135 that he makes at least 2.
Mm-hmm. All right, what else?
I mean, okay. So I was gonna say you get one at the end of the half, but anyway, let's move on. James Cook over 68.5 rushing yards, -115.
I don't hate this one. I don't. I naturally am rooting for it to lose because when the room loses, everybody has fun. I don't fundamentally despise this one, though, Joe.
No, not at all. Because when you think about the potential game script or the expected game script that we're going to have, Bills are up by multiple scores. They're going to be running the clock. So you have James Cook, who had a great game last week. Awesome season for him. Dude got paid 68.5. Maybe that feels a little light if they're just going to try and get through with a win. So that, I don't hate it. I would not fade this one. It makes sense to me.
All right. Number 3, also a rushing prop on the Bills side. Josh Allen, over 28.5 rushing yards at -115. 99% of the money is on the over per BetMGM.
Only 99% of the bets?
That's it.
We took 28.5. I would not bet this. I know that it's probably a bet a lot of them have made before. This is always a popular one. But in this matchup, which should be a victory that you cruise to, you have a weak secondary. I don't really see the need to put Josh Allen in harm's way tonight if I'm Buffalo. So I don't know about fading it, but this is not something that I would line up to bet.
And I like him to score a touchdown, but I'm not laying $1.50, $1.60, $1.70. That's not happening. You're going to have to get creative with that bet. If you like it, just bet it with something else. Do the Allen touchdown with Miami, Florida to win, or Oklahoma to win, or Josh Allen to score and the Cowboys to win. I'm not laying 170 on a solo player prop. It's not happening.
Yep. He's got that. I believe he's rocking the visor after getting dinged up last week as well. So also something to keep in mind, like as far as protecting him from himself tonight. James Cook back on the board again. Over 84.5 rushing and receiving yards at -118.
All right. It correlates, I guess, with number 4 on the list, the Cook rushing. They're all in on Cook. So we've got Bills, and Bills. What's number 1 overall? Most popular player prop for tonight?
We are going to the other side. We're going to the Dolphins for number 1, which I guess means this is going under. Devon Achane over 53.5 receiving yards at -115.
Wait.
That Has to be a typo.
Receiving? Yeah,
it has to be
that's not
rushing
right.
yards. Because it's got to be his
No.
rushing yards. His rushing yard numbers is 53.5.
Oh, is it? Okay, I didn't think that
Looks
number's
like his
that far
receiving
off.
yards.
He's so productive through the air.
Yeah, 37.5 looks like the receiving yards number.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, that's right.
So hearing all that
So,
and hearing all the
Which
Bills
part's
support,
which part's the typo though? The number or the?
I think
bet?
I'm going to go off the number. So I'm going to say the number one most bet prop is HN over 53.5 rushing yards is what I'm going to take this as.
I think the number's wrong because I expect the receiving prop on HN to be more popular than rushing. But maybe I'm wrong. That'd be my guess.
well, it's hard. I mean, we
We
can't
have to follow
really
up.
guess.
We don't know
We
what
need to
what
follow.
the bet
The
is.
room's got us in a pretzel.
We don't know we don't know what the bet is. Number one overall.
The room's throwing
It's
us
the
off
number
the
one
scent.
prop. It's the number one prop. We can't guess. We shouldn't
We
be
don't know
guessing what the room is on. We need to finalize what the room is on.
Let me see. Has our guy tweeted it out? And we could ask him
Checking.
on the old X.
Which guy? Which guy?
The Ewing.
Well, there's a bunch of guys that tweet what real bettors do. I lose track.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering if John Ewing had shared this one. Shared the room. Don't think it is out there under one of the accounts that he retweeted. So I will ask. Yeah, that's gotta be. I think it's receiving and the number's wrong.
Receiving, that would be more roomish, right? Kind of going.
Yes. When you think HN, you're going to bet receiving yards. You're not betting rushing yards. And to bet the nearly 2 touchdown dog, the RB1 to go over rushing, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I have clarification. This is from a previous tweet from John Ewing. Most bet money Thursday Night Football prop, Devon Achane has moved from 34.5 to 37.5 receiving yards. That is from yesterday. So, yeah, it's got to be the receiving yards.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's not getting over that.
Are you still going to do a touchdown prop on HN?
No, because now he's been jinxed.
Oh, there's
Hocus,
a plus 110.
Hocus. No. I'm good. Also, the room came out of the woodwork last week and fired, I believe, 4 of the 5 props on Washington. And Washington could not move the ball. So this week it's let's go to the favorite and we'll jam a bunch of Bills props.
Mm-hmm.
Yet, as Joe has alluded to throughout the show, we have seen sharper support for Miami. Taking the 12.5, the 12, the 11.5. BetMGM's 11.5. Superbook is 11. Other offshores are 11. So we have seen game day support for the dog and room support for Bills players.
So
I
this
might
looks
just stay
like-
off of this.
Yeah, I was going to say James Cook like 50 yards rushing and 25 yards receiving and goes under both.
Bills are up 21-0 at half. Pull all the
Ty
starters.
Johnson.
Hey, do you remember where the action was last week going into the Bills-Jets game?
A lot of bets on the Jets, right?
Jets.
On the dog. Yeah, the respected money was on the dog. And it looks like we're getting a lot of money on the dog again. All right.
I don't love this game from a betting standpoint. It's very difficult to get
hate
excited about a game lined at 11.5. It really is. I mean, at least in the NFL. In college, we'll get to that in lightning bets. I'm going to have a double-digit favorite that I really like. In the NFL, it's very tough to get excited about a double-digit spread. It just is. I'll be honest.
Yep. I hate this game so much. I'll be honest. It's going to be not difficult to watch. We're going to watch no matter what, but I'm just not really all that excited about it. I'll just say that. All right, Joe O. Sammy P. Thank you, Paul, for jumping in with those numbers. People, Always interested where the room is at. We get tweets about the room all the time. Like, people are tracking it over the weekend. When you see games in action on Saturday, whether it be college football, we'll have that on tomorrow's show. Sunday as well. Also, we'll have on tomorrow's show. People are like, guys, the room's 0-5, 1-4. It continues. They're betting it. They're going against it, and I understand why.
The room is going to be for sure in college on either Miami or Oklahoma, if not both. Because the room last week, if you remember correctly, the room was running to the window to take the points with USF. Take the 17.5. That's a big number. They already upset USF, or upset Boise, upset Florida. Got to take the points. So when the room gets rolled, the room then assimilates or blends or goes full chameleon and now believes, oh, right, okay, Miami's elite. And now you got people in Vegas saying they're potentially a top 5 team. And we talk all about Miami now. So what's the room do? Well, I'll lay 7.5 with Miami now. I didn't do it last week, but I'm going to get my money back that I lost going against Miami. I'm going to bet on Miami. And Miami wins by 4. And then the reaction to that is, oh, they stink. No, they don't. They faced an in-state rival and escaped. That's what they did. They're very, very good. Looks very easy to lay that number. Lagway looked horrible last week, right? Horrible. Oh, well, he stinks. He's a bust. The conclusions are already there. I would be shocked when we do this segment tomorrow if Miami minus 7.5 was not in the room.
Yep. Yeah, I would be surprised as well, especially coming off of that game. That makes sense to me. Joe, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. In about 10 minutes from now, we will do our lightning bet segment that we do every single day on this show. So I saw a quote from Sauce Gardner. We know Tyrod Taylor is in, and we were just talking about that Jets-Bills result from last week. Here's Sauce Gardner talking about Tyrod. Remember, the Jets are a 7-point dog against the Bucs. That's an interesting number. I don't think we're going to close there. I think it's going to go a little shorter. I'm expecting a little support on the dog, but we'll see. There are a lot of people that have been back in Tampa Bay all offseason. They're saying they're going to run away with the division, and they're looking smart right now with a 2-0 start. Here is Sauce Gardner to the media yesterday about the new QB1 with Fields down. Cool cat. He can dress. Confident in himself. I think he can get girls. I think he do that. I don't really know. I ain't trying to get him in trouble. He stays calm on the field. Too calm. Aura farming a little bit. That was Sauce Gardner on Tyrod Taylor.
Jets money line? Question mark?
Yeah, that's what I thought. That was part of my thinking with 10 toes down. This might be one of the dogs that wins outright.
Okay. I mean, they've gotten support in back-to-back weeks. They have. So when wise guys line up on a team 2 straight weeks out of the gate, you do pay attention to that. Now, it hasn't quite worked out. I guess they did cover week 1. They didn't win. They lost by, 2? And they were getting 3.5 against Pittsburgh. So sharp support Jets week 1. Sharp support Jets week 2, blown out. Are we going to see it again? Closer to kickoff? I don't know. If you're burned once out of 2 times, I don't think it's the end of the world. But here we are. We're sitting 6.5, not 7. Every time it hits 7, you see a bet on the Jets. So maybe they are still interested in buying this Jets ATS buzz.
And the Bucs have been playing in a couple of very close games. Comes down to the very end. So maybe getting 7 there on the other side. Maybe that's enticing for you. We'll talk more about that matchup.
Jets Moon, maybe.
Coming up tomorrow. Yeah, well, maybe. Joe, Sammy P, we've got a lightning bets coming up in a little bit. There's a lot we want to get to. You know, we planned on getting to a baseball team that maybe we see value in right now for futures. Maybe sounds a little crazy, about a week and a half left in the season, but there are some monster numbers on teams that are on the outside looking in at this moment that maybe you should take a look at. Maybe it's just worth a bit of a dart throw. We want to get to that coming up as well. And of course, we'll have our plays Thursday night football, looking ahead to this weekend in college and the NFL. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, you've got Bet Sweats. Tell a friend, subscribe to the podcast, leave a rating and review. We'd appreciate that. Lightning Bets are next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
Lightning bets coming up. We wanted to get to this at the top of the show, but so many NFL injuries in mind, and we were talking about the idea with all these favorites getting home over a long stretch of time, who needs to really make the adjustments. With so much NFL news out there, and we didn't even get to a lot of it, but some of it, it's worth revisiting tomorrow because the injury report stuff on a Wednesday, you don't want to overreact. But quarterbacks, you've got to dissect that because that moves markets. Some of the other stuff, we'll have some more clarity once we get back tomorrow ahead of the final injury report of the week. We didn't have time to get to baseball. We promised a little bit of baseball today. We wanted to make sure that we hit this on a Thursday because maybe there's value on a few teams that are on the outside looking in. Is there a squad that is going to give up the playoff spot that they are holding on to right now? Like I took a look at all the teams, Sam, that are outside. You've got Cleveland, 2.5 back. Cincinnati, 2 games back out of a wild card spot. San Francisco, 2 games out. The Texas thing is just about dead. They're 4.5 back. Yes, they have a monster number, but they've got to gain 4.5 games in a very short period of time. And then there's Arizona, 1.5 games back. We want to bring in Jake for this. Jake, I think this is the team that you were talking about. You've talked about the Diamondbacks for a number of years on this show. They're 1.5 games back, but they have a better number as far as futures than some of the teams that are 2.5 games back. The reason being the schedule. They have the toughest remaining schedule in baseball. It's the Phillies for 3, Dodgers for 3, at the Padres for 3. I don't know about you, but yeah, I mean, it's rough. But here's what I'll say about that. Yes, it's bad. It's very challenging. If they were to sneak their way in, they would earn it. But Phillies got their bye locked up. Like, we know what Philly's going to be, their spot. So are they going to be a full go the rest of the way? What if the Dodgers, by the time they face them, it's kind of decided that, yeah, okay, they're going to win the division. They're good. They've got a 2-game lead, and they're not going to get a bye. They're going to be locked into that 3 spot. That could be the case. And then the same thing for San Diego at the very end. Yeah, it's a brutal schedule, and that's why you get a big number on them. But what is the thinking behind Arizona and what could happen over the last couple weeks?
I think it's just finally coming together. You're seeing the team that we all thought they were going to be in the beginning, mostly with the pitching staff. Zach Gallen finally looks like Zach Gallen's Cy Young contender. Eduardo Rodriguez finally looks like the guy that was deserving of all the money they gave him when he came over from Detroit. And they have a good back-end rotation of young guys who also have a lot of major league experience too. Brandon Pfaadt's still their 3. And let's not forget that when they went on that run to the World Series, Brandon Pfaadt was their best starter. So if you get in, maybe he's just one of those guys like Madison Bumgarner-esque who just flips that switch and he's unreal in the postseason. Like you said, obviously it's a lot of work to do, but just a couple of years ago, they did this exact same thing. So to me, it's kind of like at huge numbers, it's still super attainable. You're just up against it time-wise.
BetMGM 250 to 1 to win the World Series.
Yep. I see a 350 to 1 out there. That went from 300 to 350 after last night. So that's available. And they are, let's see, best price in market plus 920 to make the playoffs.
And what's crazy is if they would have won that game last night, that 350 would be $1.75, right? It'd be 175 to 1. So,
yeah.
Man.
Well, that's the other part of this equation is that the Mets are dying to give up that spot. Like the Mets are just dying to give up that last wild card. They have a much easier schedule. They still get the Nats and the Marlins to end the season, but I just think the Mets are just losing all these games outside of last night, obviously, but it's just I think they're vulnerable, and I think the Diamondbacks are the team that I would want to hitch my wagon to in this race.
Also, I find this very interesting for show purposes that we have a Philly guy who loves the Phillies His team is favored to win the World Series, and he is banging on the table that they're not winning it, and if they do win it, he's going to take down an entire bottle of Cheese Whiz.
Oh, that's
Look,
a thing?
No, I mean, I'm so like, Sam, did you get the reference? Like, that's what they like, whiz wit on a cheesesteak. Like, I didn't realize.
No, I
that
got
to
the
explain
reference
this.
for sure.
Yeah, Sam
no, I
gets
get
it.
it.
Joe's never been to Philadelphia either, right?
No, never.
Yeah,
Don't
Joe
plan
and
on it.
Jake. Yeah, well, that's all right. I actually saw a comedy bit.
I might make my way.
Yeah, you should, Jake. You do well there.
Black Friday,
but yeah,
Bears at Eagles.
What does that mean?
I don't
First
know,
off.
but it felt right in the moment, Joe. Oh, we could do a tailgate, a Bears Eagle, but I'm not wearing Bears gear and I'm not going into the game, Sam. Have I made any progress on that?
Nope, not going.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Here's
good.
You want to see Aaron Nola in a big spot? I don't. Like Zach Wheeler, that's tough, but obviously more important things going on there, but now he's done. I guess Jake Cy Young guy could lead them to the promised land for a bit, but here again, it always comes back to the lineup. They just don't have professional. They only have like Harper and Schwarber. Turner was supposed to be another professional hitter. It hasn't happened, not consistently. And then otherwise, you're counting on guys like Castellanos, who's happy to brag about not having an approach at the plate. Yeah, we see it every fall. So they're going to be hot for a series. They'll crap out eventually against the team that pitches well. So, which could be the Diamondbacks and has been the Diamondbacks in the past.
What if they homer their way, Joe, all the way? They just slug their way all the way through.
It's certainly possible. Did anybody else
Believe
think
it
for
when
a
I
quick
see it.
second that Paul said, does anyone want to see Aaron Dolan in a big spot?
I thought it right away. That's exactly what I thought. 100%. I wasn't even going to say it because I'm like, nope, I'm hearing things.
Yeah.
But he
I
definitely
was
said
like, oh.
Nola. He said Nola, but I didn't hear Nola.
1,000% said Nola. 1,000%.
He said Nola.
I
He
know.
said Nola, but I
know.
heard Aaron Dolan. Yeah, I don't know why.
There's a Phillies
I have
connection
these fights
there.
Well, that's
all
why.
the time I
think-
have these fights. Yeah. Oh, I know what you said, but I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard it differently.
Jake, you were smiling. Did you hear it too in your own mind?
No, I'm with Paul. I heard Aaron Nola the entire way. So maybe, again, that's my baseball brain, maybe.
All right, Jake.
Maybe. It's us. You could have gone with us, but
I could have, but
he's
I didn't
going
want to.
Against us once again. Yeah. So we doing it? Or is this now? So they're off today. They start the Phillies series tomorrow, the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Mets do play today. The Mets have the Padres. So if we're thinking it, you probably want to do it today, right? If we're thinking that the Mets will lose.
Again, Philly connection. I have to do this because I've seen this move with the Mets so many times. It gives me so much joy.
Yeah.
All right. Diamondbacks
it's worth it.
World Series. There we go.
It's worth something. And we're almost 10-1 and they're a game and a half back. Come on.
Are you betting playoffs or World Series?
Both.
Okay.
Okay.
You don't have to bet
much
much on the World Series. It's $3.50.
The Mets are starting
You don't have to-
a rookie named Jonah Tong with an 8.50 ERA today. That's their starting pitcher.
I want the Mets
Snakes
to lose.
alive.
I want to see them crash and burn. I love it when that happens.
So do I. That would be good. All right, let's get to our lightning bets for today. Sam, where are you going?
I have 10 toes downed it. Dallas Cowboys. BetMGM's letting you lay -1, -105. Fine. Rather than lay the $1.15 or the $1.20, just lay the 1 point. If Dallas wins 24-23, I will live with it. But -1, -105 is a good bet to me. And look, I don't think Lenora Sellers is going to play. He's got a concussion at South Carolina, and the money has come in like he's going to play. Even if he does, I think South Carolina stinks. I think they stink. And I was talking to a wise guy yesterday who said that James Franklin picked the wrong quarterback. He said, Bo Prabula is better than Drew Aller. And I'm like, haven't heard that yet. Now, you understand Franklin had to keep the upperclassmen because they have an upper-class team and all that. But this kid at Mizzou looks legit. He's the one who backed up Aller, and now he's the lead guy at Mizzou. And Coach Drink is very happy about the situation there. They can run it, and this Prabula kid is a dual threat. 10.5 is the number. This was 14 a couple days ago. But then Sellers, there was a report that there's optimism that he might play. Okay, we'll see. If he does play, I still like it. If he doesn't play, this line's going back to 14. So I'm willing to make a bet now under 11. It's 10.5 everywhere. I'm going to lay it with Missouri.
Okay. Very good. Sammy P jumping in. I don't like Thursday Night Football. I'll go prop. The prop that I'll give out is Kincaid over 31.5 receiving yards. He's been more involved in the offense. It's kind of like when he was healthy a couple of years ago, and tight ends have gotten to this defense of the Dolphins. I just don't trust the other receivers. So far we've seen good performance and then next to nothing in the following game. But this secondary is going to be lit up. It's just a matter of where's it going to go. If you want to go Josh Allen, yardage, I would certainly understand why, but there is a potential where he's not playing in the fourth quarter of the game in a potential blowout. So I'm going Kincaid over 31.5. And a game that we were just talking about, I think you've got to act now on it. We're losing the sevens. They're all going away. There are a few left. Jets +7 against Tampa Bay. It is 6.5 at a lot of spots. Let's see. Did BetMGM part of that move? Now there's still a 7 over at BetMGM, but they're going 6.5s at a lot of different spots here. So I'm going to take the Jets. +7. Give me them as a touchdown dog. Paul Aspen, what you got?
I'll just go not Ray Davis, the other guy, Ty Johnson. Snap count's been pretty split. So Ty Johnson, blowout script, anytime touchdown +425.
Jay,
Bill
quickly.
Zoltz.
Bill Zoltz, yep, mentioned that earlier on in the show. Joe O, Sammy P, be with us for a Football Friday tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.